This is the April 21st, 2026 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria, not yet present. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Rouse.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Here. Councilmember Herman.
Here.
And Councilmember Jordan.
Here. All right, very good. And we have some ceremonial items.
Yes, and I will read both of them. One is National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and then we'll have two Donate Life Month.
Mr. District Attorney, are you here to receive this proclamation, or? Excellent, excellent. It's National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 19 through 25, 2026. Whereas 2026 marks the 45th anniversary of National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which was first recognized by President Ronald Reagan in 1981 to raise awareness and acknowledge the plight of victims and survivors and elevate their voices nationally and within local communities. And whereas the 2026 National Crime Victims' Rights Week theme is Unity in the Community, representing countless people and agencies who support crime victims, their representative victim service organizations, criminal justice agencies, mental health and medical professionals. And whereas each year the Victim Witness Assistance Program helps 4,000 survivors of crime navigate services, support, compensation, and the criminal justice system to ensure their rights as victims are upheld, recognizing that no survivor of crime should endure the burdens of victimization alone. And whereas here in Santa Barbara, we are fortunate to have extensive crime victim support through the multi-agency sexual assault response team that provides services to adult and child survivors of sexual abuse and assault, and the Human Trafficking Task Force, which provides outreach, education, investigation, prosecution, and victim support to the victims, survivors of exploitation. The County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Program, and partner agencies including CALM, STISA, the Domestic Violence Solution, Legal Aid, the YMCA's Noah's Anchorage, and more. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, as Mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week and encourage community members to familiarize themselves with the many forms of victim support available locally. Mr. Attorney, nice to see you.
Mayor Rouse, members of the council, it's my honor to receive this proclamation. The District Attorney's Office is the voice of victims in the criminal justice system. And it is a privilege, an honor, and a duty of my office to make sure that victims are supported and that they are heard. And it is through partnerships with the long line of nonprofits that we're in this proclamation, with the City of Santa Barbara Police Department, and generally with the people of the City of Santa Barbara, a community that really is defined by how much we care. And in the issue of victims' rights and victim services, these are individuals who, through no fault of their own, are suffering the trauma, sometimes unimaginable trauma, of being victims of crime, doing nothing other than living their lives oftentimes in the case of somebody that's victimized by an impaired driver. So it means the world to us because of the approximately 57 attorneys working in the District Attorney's Office, all of the members of our Victim Witness Services Department, all of our investigators, and even our support staff If you ask them all why they work at the district attorney's office, all of them would say to help their communities and to support victims. So I would like to have our Victim Witness Services Manager, Megan Reinschild, say a few words.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. Thank you for this proclamation, and I think it's important that we recognize the work of our staff in the Victim Witness Assistance Program, our unsung heroes for sure. Behind me is Tiffany Carty, who, if you don't mind standing up, Tiffany, she supervises our South County Victim Witness Assistance Program, and she also is our primary human trafficking advocate in the South County with an expertise in that area. We're really proud of the partnerships that we have in our community. Our sexual assault response team is one of our flagship programs that we share together with our law enforcement partners, public health, STESA, North County Rape Crisis, Child Welfare, and through that program, I think it's important to note, since this is a public meeting, that services are available to sexual assault survivors even when they don't want to engage with law enforcement. So we offer forensic examinations, child forensic interviews to the tune of about 250 interviews a year for children countywide and about 100 exams per year. And so our services are open to those individuals who may not want to engage with law enforcement, which I think is important to note, and maybe at some future time want to engage with law enforcement in terms of investigation and prosecution. And our services are open to the whole community, regardless of immigration status. So I wanted to mention those few things, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Yeah, thank you for all the work and services locally. Human trafficking and sexual trafficking is so much bigger than most of us actually realize, so it's an incredible problem. So glad you're on the job. All right, we'll switch gears to Donate Life Month. April 2026, whereas Donate Life Month was first observed in April 2003 and has since been observed in communities across the nation to increase awareness of life-saving organ donations and also to honor organ donors and recipients. Do we have any recipients anywhere? Mr.
I don't.
Whereas organ, eye tissue, marrow, and blood donations are recognized worldwide as expressions of life-giving compassion to those in need, and anyone can register to be a donor regardless of age or medical conditions. And whereas more than 103,000 individuals nationwide, including over 23,000 Californians, are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list with their health in limbo, and sadly 17 people on average die daily while waiting. Whereas broad outreach is critical as the need for donated organs is especially urgent within the Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. And whereas organ donors save 46,000 lives per year, which is why it is important to recognize that a single person's donation of heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, and tissue donations can save and heal over 75 others. And whereas Santa Barbara residents, along with all Californians, can sign up to be organ, eye, and tissue donors at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. And whereas prospective donors are encouraged to join donor registry at www.donatelifecalifornia.org or www.donvidacalifornia.org, it's in Spanish, and visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org to register for living kidney donations. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as DMV/Donate Life Month in the city of Santa Barbara, and encourage community members to consider registering as donors when applying for or renewing their driver's licenses or ID cards at the California DMV. Congratulations. We've met? We've met.
Would I want to get a picture with you with some people that they think they know me.
I'll deny this.
Yeah, so will I. Thank you. Rouse, correct? Yeah, thank you. And the rest of the city council, sorry. My name is Scott Burns. 11 years ago, I was on a sailboat, a friend's sailboat at Santa Cruz Island, when the Harbor Patrol came up and said, "Mr. Burns, we have a kidney for you." Well, they didn't have the kidney for me. It was sitting for me waiting at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and I received a kidney that evening. It took a couple of things. I received a kidney, someone else received the other kidney, somebody else received the lungs, liver, and heart, 5 people. What happened was a nurse at Cottage Hospital, Vivian Battelle, collapsed in her gym. It turned out, they thought it was a stroke, it turned out to be a brain aneurysm. She had put a pink dot on her driver's license, and she ended up donating. So I'm just saying, it was just, organ donations is what I work with, that I kind of live for. Not that I'm waiting for a grandchild. That's a side note. Sorry, a little humor there. In Santa Barbara County, there's 188 people on the waiting list as of last month for organs. So it's a big thing, but not everybody thinks about it or worries about it. So it is something that we're always trying to promote. This particular proclamation, this weekend it'll end up in Los Angeles for our annual run walk, where we'll have about 20,000 people in the Donate Life community. And they'll get to see this as with other proclamations, and then it'll end up at the local DMV. Santa Barbara's DMV actually has the highest rate of people that sign up for organ donation, the pink dot, than any other DMV in the state. So it's not what I'm doing, it's what you guys are doing, promoting it to people. So I do appreciate that. One other thing, just what's happened, you may have heard about a month ago, someone died in Goleta. Turned out that that person, his liver, lungs, and both kidneys were donated. And one of the things that'll happen, just so you know and how it is, the family of the person who is now deceased, in about 6 months, will be asked to write a letter through Donate Life One Legacy to the family that received the organs. And at the same time, they'll also be asked. They usually wait about 6 months because there's a grieving period that really never ends, but it's a little better after 6 months. And sometimes they get to meet other people. And so they get to hear it. I've seen people that have been able to listen to their son's heart in another person 10 years later. So there's a lot of positive things coming from this. What I'm going to finish off with is thank you very much. I appreciate this, and thank you.
Thank you. You never know how to get off, do you?
So through Holly, if you have friends that have questions about it, Holly can track me down, and I'm always ready and willing to chat with anyone to give them any advice I can. Thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, Madam Administrator, are any changes to the agenda?
No, Mayor, I'm not aware of any changes to the agenda.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move to the consent calendar. You have some items to read, Madam Clerk?
I do. Item 3, single-family streamlining amendments, ordinance adoption. Recommendation of the council, A, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending chapters 30.15, 30.20, 30.25, 30.30, 30.35, 30.140, 30.165, 30.175, 30.185, 30.200, 30.205, 30.220, 30.235, 30.250, 30.290, 30.295, 30.300, and Section 30.150.090 pertaining to regulations for single-family streamlining. B, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending Section 25.03.040 pertaining to regulations for single-family streamlining. And C, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding Chapter 22.22 and amending Chapters 22.68 and 22.69 pertaining to regulations for single-family streamlining project. Item 4, introduction of an ordinance approving a service and support agreement with ProDigiQ, Inc. at the airport. Ordinance introduction agreement Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute a service and support agreement with ProDigiQ, Inc., commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 5, introduction of ordinance approving First Amendment to lease agreement number 25583 with Mulligan's Cafe, Inc. as Santa Barbara Golf Club ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a First Amendment to lease agreement number 25583 with Mulligan's Cafe, Inc., a California corporation, for the restaurant facility at Santa Barbara Golf Club, 3500 McCaw Avenue, extending the term through September 30th, 2029, and updating operational provisions. Item 6, out-of-agency service agreements for sanitary sewer system. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara restating the city's policy regarding connection to the sanitary sewer system of property located outside of the city's jurisdictional boundaries and authorizing the water resources director to execute agreements for such connections pursuant to Santa Barbara Municipal Code section 14.44.035. And item 7, allocation of the city's share of Transportation Development Act funds resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the filing of a claim with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments for an allocation of $97,645 in Transportation Development Act funds for fiscal year 2027. And that's all the items to read, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Are there any items that need to be pulled for separate vote or discussion on the consent calendar by council? I do have a request on item 9. If we'd read that into the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 9, request by Montecito Sanitary District for a wastewater treatment services agreement.
Thank you very much. Prior to asking for a motion on the balance of the consent calendar, I have a motion to make myself now. The motion is waive the reading in full of all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda and authorize reading by title only pursuant to the City Charter Section 511 unless otherwise requested by a member of City Council. This waiver shall not apply to emergency ordinances which shall be read in full as required by Section 511. So that's a first on the motion. Can I have a second? Second by Friedman. May we have any discussion? May we have the vote, please?
Very good. That is a motion by Mayor Rouse, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, as just read by Mayor Rouse. Please go ahead.
Passed unanimously, thank you. And with that, I will entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar absent item 9, which will be pulled later for discussion.
So moved.
Moved by Harmon, second by Santa Maria. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion for the consent calendar accepting item 9, motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you very much. With that, I'll take a report from the Ordinance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we discussed updating our ordinance on short-term rentals. We gave staff direction on changes on the proposed ordinance, and we will continue that item once they select a day to reconvene on that. And then we also discuss making changes to our oversized vehicle ordinance, and we voted to move that to full council for consideration.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to general public comment, and this is 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is not on today's agenda but falls within the purview of this body. And we'll start out with Mark Redmond.
I don't have my friend here today. Everybody, I'm thanking Mother Nature for the rain. We've had enough dryness, and I don't want any more fires. This is Earth Day tomorrow. Make sure you go to the festivities. And California started Earth Day back in '71, I believe. I was a junior in high school. And I am all for Earth Day because we need to take care of our Earth. Our grandkids are not going to have much of an Earth if we keep using all the resources and, destructing the Earth. We need to do more wind power, solar, and that's why we started Earth Day. The oil derricks in California spilled, and the smart Californians decided, let's have Earth Day and watch our Earth. And now they're astronauts are going around the Earth to the moon, and we're going to go to the moon again in 2027. Okay, so make sure you get your coastal news from Carpinteria. There's a lady mayor there. There's a lady mayor in Goleta. There's my friend John Palmentary. He went to journalism school at Long Beach State. I went to KU. He was on the radio too. Okay, so, and Montecito Times, The Independent, we don't have a real paper like New York City's New York Times. All we got is these little rags, but you get most of your information via the internet. Anyway, so I go to the same media parties as John Palmentary, Tracy Lear, and I like them. They're good reporters. I'll give them an A. So also, I wanted to tell you that I am going to be Santa Claus again at the Macy's at La Cumbre. They let me keep the costume. And this lady keeps bothering me about selling my place in Santa Barbara. She says it's worth $1.3 million. Bought it for $779,000 in 2020. Moved in 2021, and I'm not leaving. I love Santa Barbara. And I hear Megan Harmon's not going to run again for her district, so I live in your district. And if I'm not mayor, I want to be city council member because I can make a difference. I'm a farm kid from Kansas, just like Kelly. She grew up around Ottawa, Kansas. I was 30 miles to the east in Lewisburg. And my sister-in-law, Carrie Cornwell Redmond, works for the Speaker of our Assembly in Sacramento. She says she's going to come canvass for me. I said, okay, Carrie, you don't have to. I got a bunch of college kids that are after me to be mayor because they like my style. And I go to the alcohol and drug meetings and I tell them, if you get anything off the street, put it in the dumpster, even if it's from your sister or brother. So there's a special kind of peace that comes with the spring in Santa Barbara. As we navigate a world that feels increasingly complex, I find that the grounding of ourselves and our homes and our community is the best way to find balance.
Thank you.
Amen.
Next speaker is Dave Grotenhouse.
Let me get my rag newspapers out of here.
Hard to top that. You hear a lot about mom and pops in relative to the rent control. Well, I'm halfway through my 9th decade, and I'm a pop. And I have my mom and of mom and pops. We're a team, Anna and Dave Grotenhouse. We own 8 units in Santa Barbara, and we're affected by the rent control ordinance, as everybody is who owns property. We also agree something needs to be done. Rents are difficult, and we need to do something about them. Some of the things that are discussed we agree with, some of the things we don't agree with. That's kind of normal when we have ordinances as complex as what we're discussing, isn't it? And there's one really overriding question for me, and that is it fair that we allow one vote to affect tens of thousands of people? What do you mean one vote? Well, if the rent control ordinance vote were taken today, it would probably pass 4-3. If one person changed that vote, it would fail 3-4. So one person on this council controls rent control. Is that fair? So what's the solution? Well, maybe we should put it on the ballot and let the people decide. I think renters make up the vast majority, 60%, I'm told, of voters in the city. Rent control will probably pass. So the people that are sitting here and want rent control, you shouldn't be concerned that it would pass. Put it on the ballot. Then the people that don't want rent control at least will feel they've been heard. And we all want to be heard. So if we could just consider that one thing, I know that's a little bit down the road, but I would just encourage all of you, you're all smart people, you're all good people, just put it on the ballot for rent control. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Faisal Dean. Don't know if I pronounced that first name correctly, but
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. I'm Faye Jardine. I came here last time. Today, I want to continue. I did request the candidate packet. I want to make some requests. You know, I do know that I'm on the border in District 3. District 3 is divided by the freeway and the train. There's extreme hardship. I think it's desperate impact to me to try to move to District 6, considering that when I came here in 2023 of October 5th, I struggled for about 2 months to find a place in District 6. There's some obvious issues there, but today I brought to you some paper about a case, and I don't want you to make any judgment. I want you to listen up here. Okay, first of all, I have a bachelor's degree, business administration, accounting. I'll be on track to getting my CPA. I plan to also take the forensic CPA with the AI CPA. I want to help the city with their accounting, fraud, misrepresentation of fact. I want to point out to you that I gave you just one copy of a summons and complaint. I do all my litigation. I've been litigating since 2011. I have at least 9 years of pro se litigation behind my back. And so this summons and complaint, what I want to point to you is, this is Chris Evans is the attorney, and I would like to ask you to, and it's not just Chris Evans, he lied on this paper. He also represents HUD, or one of the housing higher levels departments. So this is Kimball Tyree St. John LLP. I wish that the city doesn't do any business with them. I'm in my case, but I have more to say, which I'll continue on another day. But on this case, I'm a Section 8 tenant. I ported my Section 8 from Riverside County. We have tons of courts. We have a very large law library. And so I know I'm on Section 8, all right? Section 8 here, you can make up to $98,000 a year, okay, and still get Section 8. I think that's exceptionally high for the amount of people that you want to help. That number needs to change, you know. But anyways, here we go. He wrote on here that I'm not a Section 8 tenant. He wrote that I'm not protected under Tenant Protection Act. And I really want you to remember that I'm an American descendant of slavery. I don't have a community here, support. I'm fighting all my battles by myself. And I have a little bit of anxiety. I hope one day it stops. But he signed this under penalty of perjury. I'm in the litigation. And my friends asked me, how long and when is this case going to end? And it's not going to end. Why? Because I also have issues with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. I really wish Second Story Association was no longer a contractor. Thank you.
thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers online for general public comments?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll close general public comment and move to the polled consent item, which is item 9, and it's already been read into the record, and it's Woody Barrett to speak to that. You have 3 minutes at the podium, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you for allowing me a short public comment on the current agenda item number 9. My name is Woody Barrett. I was elected to the Montecito Sanitary District Board of Directors in November of 2018. December this year, I'll be on the board for 8 years. The past 3 years, I was the president. I'm one of the 5 directors on the board, and today I'm speaking only on my behalf. I'm one of 5. I'm extremely excited to pursue the possibility of having the city of Santa Barbara process the Montecito Sanitary District effluent. Our treatment plant is at a crossroads. Our district was formed in 1947 and began processing effluent in 1961. Our treatment facility and gathering system are showing their age. Our district's commissioned a study of our treatment plant for updates and/or replacement. It should be presented to the board this October. As you know, Public Works recently signed a landmark 50-year agreement with the Montecito Water District concerning the desal plant. Public Works currently has an agreement in place with the Mission Canyon to process their effluent. Goleta has the same arrangement with Goleta West. However, the most exciting thing to me is the possibility for a regional recycled water program. Imagine, if you will, you combine Goleta's 3 million gallons per day with the city of Santa Barbara's 6 million gallons per day, include Montecito's 600,000 gallons per day, and finally Summerlin's 80,000 gallons per day. With the recently enacted new laws in California for direct potable reuse, there are multiple options to recycle this water. Additionally, if the water aquifer in Carpinteria can sustain this large of an ejection, a line could be constructed to their plant. You may be familiar, Carpinteria is moving forward with a nearly $91 million facility to inject recycled water to their water aquifer on the mountainside of Highway 101. The Montecito Sanitary District and Montecito Water District spent in excess of $570,000 with Woodard and Curran and Carollo on engineering studies for 27 different methods for implementing recycled water. In 2024, the Montecito Water District decided at that point in time it was infeasible to pursue recycled water due to the cost. That's the problem with small districts going it alone. You must have the economies of scale for a regional project to make recycled water feasible and economic. I believe a regional recycled water endeavor would have a much higher chance of securing grants as well. In September last year, the City of Santa Barbara formed Public Works and the Department of Water Resources. If you pull up the Department of Water Resources, the initial page says, "One Water, City of Santa Barbara." And that's what water is. It's one water. It's neither created nor destroyed, but merely moved from place to place. Allowing the Montecito Water District and the City of Santa Barbara to evaluate the possibility of the city treating the Montecito Sanitary District effluent, in my mind, is the first step, hopefully, towards a potential regional water recycling program. I wish there wasn't a $100,000 fee for the 2 districts to evaluate the possibility, but I understand the business reasoning behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. And with that, we will close comment on the consent calendar and move on to the administrative calendar. You have an item to read, number 13, please, Madam Clerk. Well, that's right, thank you. We will need to take a vote on that. Would you like to make that motion? Sure. Motion by Sneddon. Second by Friedman. This is on item 9.
Very good. This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the recommended action for item 9. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item 13. If you'd read that into the record, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 13, Coastal Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District Resolution. Recommendation of the Council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring intention to initiate assessment proceedings, preliminary approve the engineer's report, and set a public hearing for June 30th, 2026. And C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing Proposition 218 assessment balloting procedures in accordance with Article 13D of the California Constitution.
All right, very good. We have a gaggle of chiefs here. Chief Mills, would you like to kick it off?
I'll take that as a compliment, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of council. Chris Males, your fire chief, here as Ms. Gorman said, to discuss the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District expanding into the coastal area. As council and the city know, we have a very successful suppression assessment district in the foothill and extreme foothill region of Santa Barbara. And essentially today, at the end of this presentation, we're looking at a cut and paste or a mirror of expanding it to the coastal area. With me today is Fire Marshal Ryan DiGiulio, Wildland Specialist Supervisor Mark Vontillo, In the back, we have Alex Vand, who is available. She is our fire specialist that handles the foothill and extreme foothill area. And also joining us online is Ryan Aston from SCI Consulting Group. They are out of the Bay Area. He is online with us to answer or use his expertise. He's the one that wrote the engineer's report to give you a lot of the background on how we came to the conclusion of where we are today. This has been the culmination of probably 2 years' worth of work, and we're very pleased to have the opportunity to present this to you and get your direction moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Fire Marshal Ryan DiGiulio.
Thanks, Chief. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of council. Again, this is just a quick kind of update on you. This is our survey that we sent out in January to the coastal and coastal interior high fire hazard areas to gauge interest in starting a wildfire suppression assessment district, just like Chief mentioned in our foothill and foothill extreme. So a little background first before we get into some of those results. Remember in 2004, we had the wildland fire plan that was adopted. Shortly after that, in 2006, is when we formed the wildfire suppression assessment district in the foothill and extreme foothill zones. It's been 20 years that that assessment district has taken place. Lots of great work, lots of community engagement, lots of education. So that's been going on since 2006, and we're very proud of that program. In 2021, we took that old wildland fire plan, updated it, and that's now what we have our community wildfire protection plan. That's our CWPP, kind of our gold standard that guides us in all these efforts. And so we come to you today in 2026 to try to mimic that suppression assessment district that's in the foothill and foothill extreme zone, as Chief Mayles had mentioned. So what does these services actually provide in these said areas? So in the coastal and coastal interior, it would exactly mimic what we're doing in the foothill areas. We would do vegetation road clearance that helps crews get in and residents get out. We perform defensible space assistance. These are voluntary evaluations. They're not punitive. We also do home hardening evaluations within those as well. Chipping services where homeowners can clear vegetation on their property, drag it out to the street. We chip it and haul it off for them. By the way, we recycle all those chipping efforts too, and it's a large number of tonnage over the years. And in October and December of each year, we do our vegetation management. That's where we work in our open spaces. So areas we've worked in already, Stevens Park, Douglas Family Preserve, Honda Valley. These are the areas that we'd focus on in order to do our part as city landowners to make our community more fire resilient. And again, all these efforts are guided through the CWPP. These are not done in a silo or in a vacuum, just within the fire department. So what areas are we talking about exactly? This is the coastal and coastal interior high fire hazard zone as designated by our CAL FIRE maps that we expanded. These areas would be included in the future benefit assessment district. Again, the same services that are provided in the foothill would mimic these areas. I wanted to point out these three kind of islands you see with the mustard colored map there. Those are actually county owned parcels. We have a very strong working relationship with the county fire department and their vegetation management crews, and we work collaboratively to treat those areas as well. So it's not just the city. We look at the totality and the impact of the assessment district in its whole. So again, we're trying to reduce the risk of wildland urban interface conditions, fuel loads, vegetation, so that we can get ahead of the next fire that happens. A fire will occur. We don't know when, we don't know where. Now is when we need to act and do some of these proactive measures to combat that next fire that comes through. So again, the purpose of it is to do just that. Treat these areas strategically, make a mosaic patchwork of fuel breaks, and engage in homeowners so that they can do their part and assist them in that. So we can come together collaboratively to make these two mapped areas that much more resilient. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Vontillo. He's going to get into a little bit of the details of the actual survey itself.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the council. We'll talk a little bit about the methodology. This first slide that comes up here, mail date was in January 16th. This is a temperature check of the community. What do they think about this? It's survey 2,200 plus, return rate of 21%. 20% is considered good, and so we're above that if you look at it from that perspective. With both rates out there for $100 and $125. Surveys returned by property type. So the biggest chunk of that pie there is single-family residence. And then you have the other agriculture, large property owners, business and industrial, and apartment and investment property. And note the single-family residential makes up 91% of preliminary SFEs, otherwise known as single-family equivalents, in the proposed coastal WFSAT area. So this kind of breaks it down. What that pie chart had was a single-family residential, 93.5% of the vote, and the weighted support is 60%, which is the totality of all of those categories, right? So that's everybody. And anything above that, we feel confident in it. Apartment investment, it drops off to 3.8%. Weighted support, 16%, and then goes on down the list. Business and industrial, 1.3, 25% weighted. Large property owners, 1.3, 0% weighted, not a large properties in that area. Ag and others, 0.2% and 21% total. So detailed single-family resident support, you can see there's two categories here, the $100 rate and the $125 rate. So definitely yes, dark green, probably yes, light green, probably no orange, and definitely no red. You can see that we are above the 50% mark, which is a majority of the people are in favor of this, and then the overall weighted support, 61% for the $100 rate and 59.6% for the $125. That's not much. That's a percentage and a half. So people I think, are willing to pay for the services that we can provide. Again, overall support for both rates, again, above 50% when you combine the both green colors, the majority of it. Overall is 58% for 100 and 57 for 125, so a difference of 1.5, 1.7%. Pretty close. I feel confident that they'll vote for the bigger one if it comes down to that. Chris? Yep. And then support by years in residence. The Mesa has a long-standing residency up there, right? They have seen wildfire from a distance, but they haven't seen it up close other than the Loma fire that recently happened on TV Hill. So support by years in residence, 0 to 4, that means people are brand new. Maybe they don't know about this program, but you can see that they support the $125 fee. 5 to 9 years, again, they support the 125. 10 to 14, it starts to change a little. And why does it change from like 15 to 19, 10 to 14? Those were the Hayescita and T fire years. So you can see how it balances, it correlates itself to what they're willing to pay and what they're willing to want. And then as you see, 20 to 25, 25 to 99, long-term residence people, they're in support of the $100 fee and not the $125 fee. So support, and I make a correction, this slide is incorrect. If you look at it closely, you'll notice why it's incorrect. There's a red vertical line that says 50%, and it's on the 65% slide, okay? This was a formatting issue that we couldn't get figured out. We apologize for that.
Need your glasses.
Yeah, right. Funds cannot be taken by the state or the county. Again, this 100% of this fee goes right back into the community. It can't be taken by anybody else. So it's, if you're paying 100 or if you're paying 125, it's coming to your community in those coastal and coastal interior areas. Reducing the heavy fuel lines, improving firefighter safety and access. I think Ryan talked about that a little bit. Vegetation road clearance along public roads. Again, you can see the probably yes and definitely yes. You know, the numbers are over 50%, even though that line is in the wrong place. Improved coordination of fire suppression efforts and wildfire resiliency. This is a bigger plan. If you're familiar with our wildfire resiliency plan, the whole city, would become a crucial part of that. Expand the chipping services, defensible space inspection and assistance programs, and that's the home hardening stuff and defensible space that we talked about, or Ryan talked about a little bit earlier. Strong fiscal safeguards. Again, the money can't be taken, it can't be borrowed, it stays, and it gets put right back into the community. And then partnerships with Firewives USA and the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council, tremendous support of these WFSADs. Okay, summary comments from respondents total is 101, 29 support the proposed assessment and the services it would provide. 41 had property owner suggestions focusing on improving defensible space, more aggressive clearance, overgrowth cleanup, tree debris, provide more transparency with regard to how the total money is collected and distributed, increase efforts to educate, reduce, and remove overgrowth vegetation. 26 requested more information. This is a question that I get probably daily. Will it affect my insurance? If it works, it should affect it in a positive way, and especially if they become Firewives communities. And why is additional funding needed to provide these services? Additional funding is needed. We run a lot of things on grant money right now. A lot of the work that's getting done is because of grant money. We don't have the bandwidth or the people to go do this. So this is a way that we can get this done, bring somebody else on board, get some contracts going, and get the work done. And then 5 miscellaneous comments. So comments from respondents against, 115. So 50 of them believe taxes and assessments are already too high, which is, I hear that a lot. I already pay enough taxes and should get these services I need. And then some people, the current level of service is adequate. 38 comments on the mistrust or lack of confidence in the city. The city has enough funding. Funding should be managed more effectively. And then 12 people with more suggestions. Fire department should be conducting controlled burns, inspecting areas for potential fires. Homeowners should be responsible for the cost of their brush clearance. 4 people requested more information, and then 11 miscellaneous comments. City government should not be telling the people, property owners, on what to plant or how to enjoy their property. The last one there that says this is not a high fire hazard area map, and that's shown on the survey, and it doesn't match the CAL FIRE map. The CAL FIRE map changed after the mailer went out. So we had already had, interesting fact for the CAL FIRE map is that we were the only city in California that did not change or add acres to the high fire hazard area because we were already ahead of it through the foothill WFSAD and extreme foothill zones. And so that's just late information that person didn't get. I'll kick it back to Ryan real quick.
Great, thanks, Bart. How much does all this cost? Let's look at some estimated budgeting. So kind of those objectives I had mentioned earlier with the roadside vegetation clearance, the defensible space evaluations and home hardening evaluations and the vegetation management. With the staffing and those project costs comes up to about $277,000. That is where that $125 fee comes into play. That would be based off $125 per parcel. So our recommendations for council to consider is a resolution initiating the assessment proceedings. That would include a resolution adopting Proposition 218 balloting procedures, and then pending direction from council, we will prepare the ballots and the notices for the mailing, and we'll hold some community meetings during that balloting period to hand out some more information and make sure the community is aware of what they're actually voting on. So again, we're available. The whole team is here present for questions or discussion, and just a reminder that Ryan from SCI Consultants is also online, who SCI has been the consulting firm that has been with us for the Foothill and Foothill Extreme Assessment District since day one, so they're well versed with our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? What's that?
Comments or just questions?
Just questions right now. I think, yeah, let's go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you for the presentation and the report. I know Councilmember Jordan and I have gotten a lot of calls from constituents in the area, so I appreciate all the outreach you're doing to them, for them. One of the questions when we're talking about the negatives and those individuals are saying, I've already paid enough, or the services, can you speak, one, to the benefits of the economies of scale of everyone coming together and paying into this versus if individual property owners had to go on it alone in terms of their costs, but also compliance with best practices?
Councilmember Friedman, via the mayor, you hit the nail on the head, economies of scale. If individuals were to just do the chipping services alone and to ask, to do the work themselves on the property and then have it chipped and hauled away, it would be well in excess of the annual cost just for that one benefit. But also having the additional benefits of the entire community becoming more wildfire resilient. Also having the defensible space inspections and the home hardening and the navigation with the FireWise community and the Fire Safe Council. All of those benefits together come into play and are way more valuable than what the individual homeowner is paying. I've joked saying, I wish I had this in my neighborhood because I'd love to just drag vegetation out to the street and be done with it. But those that don't have it, we have to handle things in a different way. So just that one benefit, I think, is going to be a huge. But I'll let Ryan and Mark mention anything else.
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman through the mayor. I think it's a reminder, too, that wildfire and urban conflagrations know no parcel lines, and they know no jurisdictions. So in order to benefit the greater community, having a program that actually does that through wildfire mitigation efforts as a whole, as through the economies of scale rather than one-off areas, now we're actually making a dent in the problem of living within the wildland-urban interface area. Instead of having one-off pockets, we're actually doing a strategic approach through a whole area.
Thank you. Appreciate that, because that was some of the feedback on that we've gotten from a couple constituents we've been going back and forth with. Just a final question, because it was in the staff report. It talked about there's a general benefit for some properties that aren't going to be included, so there was a discount. If you could just talk about that, so that properties that we're not providing services to the properties that aren't paying into it, is essentially what I wanted to clarify.
I think I could jump in on that if I may.
I was just going to say, Ryan's online, and he.
Thank you. Good.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you there. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This concept of general benefit is something required under Proposition 218. And I think somebody mentioned a moment ago, it's to ensure that the assessment is not paying for benefit in a broad or general sense. And our typical approach is to break that into three categories. And that is, one, benefit to property outside but proximate to the assessment district. Benefit to property inside the assessment district that is indirect and derivative. And the third is benefit to the public at large. And so we come up with calculations for these. Our findings are relatively consistent with the findings for Foothill years ago. For outside the assessment district, we look at the number of parcels proximate to the assessment district outside the boundaries, and we assign a relative 50% value for the benefit provided to those properties. That came in at 7.8%. We found none of the general benefit inside the district that is indirect and derivative, and 1% to the public at large. And that 1% was based on a conservative estimate. There is less than 1% of the area within the proposed assessment district is roads or public thoroughfares. And so we simply rounded that up to 1 in a conservative estimate of that amount. So the total came to 8.8%, and that amount must be paid for through funds other than the collection of the assessment.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. I'll have comments later on.
Okay. Quick question for Fire Marshal Dugio. Given that we have these different areas and zones in the city that we perform on, is there any kind of group or statewide recognition of cities that have these kind of citizen practices? I've tried to connect with the fire commissioner's office a couple of times without success, but I was wondering if there's any broader sense of when communities perform these kind of self-assessment districts, if there's any chance on God's green earth we'll eventually get to the underwriters and be able to provide home insurance again.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, good question. Let me start my answer by saying this. We receive phone calls from fire departments and fire jurisdictions all over the state, almost weekly, going, how did you do this program? How does it work? It's extremely successful. We hear lots of good things. So Yes, would we like to be recognized by that in a bigger, broader scope? That would be great. I think the other recipe that's unique to Santa Barbara is a lot of our long-term residents have scars from fires. Some of them physically, unfortunately. We have a well-knowledged community base on the benefits of wildfire prevention. I think that's helped with our program as well. We have coupled those two things and really pushed forward our FireWise communities. Those are through the Santa Barbara Fire Safe Council. It's a designation. You may have seen the signs that are starting to go up around town that says entering a FireWise community. That does a couple things. One, it gives a great accolade to the neighborhood there. Two, it actually lets firefighters know entering that neighborhood, ooh, hey, we've got some folks that have done some serious work in here. We could make a stand in here. So what's the next step after getting all those FireWise community delegations? I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, because I know the insurance companies don't really look at the CAL FIRE maps like the way FEMA looks at flood maps. But at some point in time, somebody in the upper levels has to advocate for a community that does self-assessment and does this kind of activity to prevent that.
Yes. How do we get a Tree City designation for wildland fire prevention? I don't have that answer. All I have is the raw data of how our FireWise communities are increasing, which gives the collaborative effort of how our communities coming together to be more fire resilient. Now, I will say to your point too, that insurance companies don't look forward. A lot of our work is looking forward. Here's our high fire hazard map. Here's what we're going to do in those areas. Insurance companies look backwards, and they drive their information on what has happened in the past.
Yeah.
And we all know how the wildfire trend is happening in California. So that's how the disconnect happens between the efforts that we're trying to do and what private industry looks like at backwards with data.
I might be in touch for some more data at some point. in this
Love to
effort.
give that to you.
Any further questions? Okay, are there any public speakers online for this item?
Yes, we have one raised hand from Skip Zeminski.
Okay, go right ahead.
Please go ahead, Skip.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I oppose this designation. I oppose the upcoming ordinance. Oh, my dog must oppose it as well. I live on Mountain Avenue. I have a street in front of me, a house to the side of me, a house behind me, and a house next to me. When this was first going through for the coastal designation, I said, I don't touch that area. And the explanation was, well, but we have to break it in the middle of the street. It has nothing to do with me being near the area. It's where they decided to designate it. So I oppose it, and the insurance neighbor across the street from me has had their insurance threatened to be canceled. People down the street, all because they have trees near their house. By the way, my lot is 7,500 square feet, as all of my other neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further commenters online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Lee Heller. One moment here. Lee Heller, please go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. When I moved to the Alta Mesa in 2020, I patted myself on the back thinking I had wisely chosen a way that was safely distant from fire risk. And of course, quickly discovered with the Loma fire that that was not the case. And of course, this area has been rezoned as high fire hazard area. And now I find myself being the FireWise community captain for my neighborhood, which I brought to this community with an understanding that it is past time that we get more organized along the coast around fire prevention and taking a more proactive approach to areas that have historically not been considered at risk. Yesterday, I spent an hour exercising my canvassing skills, going to neighbors on my street, checking in with them to see how they're doing on home hardening. People are up for it within limits, but there is no way that individual property owners are going to do the kind of things that your wonderful gaggle of fire staff were talking about earlier. This requires a coordinated community response, and it needs to be paid for in a cost-effective economy of scale fashion so that we can do the kind of fuels reduction and clearing that cannot happen at the community level. I tried to organize my neighborhood with roll-offs so that people could do group brush clearing. 2 people out of 100 households responded to say they were interested. This will not happen if it's left to individual households. So I am strongly in support of this, and I hope you will vote for it. And then what we really need is much more education to the affected property owners to understand the benefits of this. Because if you think about the survey results, those were pretty positive results given that there was almost no educational outreach about what this has meant. I had several of my neighborhood association members asking me, how should I vote on this? What is this? So I think if we do more concerted and organized outreach to explain the benefits, we will see these numbers stay or even increase. So again, I hope you will vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you. I suggest you guys recruit Ms. Heller for this effort. Are there further speakers online, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, we'll come back to council for comment. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I will just say, as the District 4 representative, which is almost 99% in the high fire, extreme high fire hazard areas, the wildfire suppression assessment districts are extremely successful. And the multiplier of that small annual fee compared to the benefit of what you get back is immeasurable, really. And what I hear more than anything else is that people, at least in District 4, which I realize this isn't, would actually be willing to be assessed more because they see the benefits of it and the multiplier effect of that. And it's really not just the chipping and the other things that happen. It's the community education and understanding. As soon as those sandwich boards go out saying, chipping's coming in the area, then it reminds people that they actually live in a high fire hazard area. And I think many people in the coastal high fire hazard areas don't even realize that they're at risk. And so there's that. And then you see, I think if it's a regular program like that, then people like, oh, this year I missed it. Oh, this year I missed it. Oh, but now I'm in the habit of bringing things out to the curb. And then when you see your neighbor doing it and you're not doing it, there's something of a community pressure to look out for each other and like, okay, I'll bring mine out now. And when you think of I'd be in favor of the higher assessment. It's a very small fee in comparison to what people pay in fire insurance, and every other thing, and the collective benefit of that. And then, then you have more ability to do home hardening or other things that have that benefit too. So I think with the coastal high fire zone in particular, really people are not aware that they have that. And then to one of the callers, this designation of high fire is already done. This what was before us to have an assessment district is to help mitigate that you're already in a designated zone of high fire. So this doesn't impact insurance rates other than, as you mentioned, it would only go in the benefit, and not just by having the assessment, but then also joining Firewise community and working with the Fire Safe Council. So also about understanding that fires skip from roof to roof, and the way they get there is those ladder fuels and all those connectors. So I will just speak as, because this isn't District 4. District 4 is already an assessment. I just wanted to put forward the comment to please support this, because fire safety in one area that's fire prone helps protect the entire city. So I think I'm just completely in favor of this, and just want to note of support that in District 4, I hear nothing but complete support and even a willingness to be assessed more with the benefits.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just what she said. I'm so happy to get to this point, and everybody kind of scrolled right through the little pretty picture graphs there too. But one of the things we talked about at my briefing was the literally on every item, and every response points on there, you were well past 50% in the positively would and probably would, which was Alex, repeatedly told me that these results are just fantastic results for an effort like this. Both the number that we returned, Mark already said that, better than 20%, and the way those bars lined up in the two categories that almost guarantee a positive response were well over 50%. And you can chase the ones that is probably not with just better education. So all for this. I'm just reminded, I was on TV Hill, I think the day after Loma Fire was put out. Some fire chief put me in his station wagon and drove me up there in the ashes and made it pretty clear to me that although that was a long night for a lot of people who worked their butts off and did what they're supposed to do, but the real savior that evening had been the wind, and the way the wind had stopped, because if it had continued to blow the direction it was blowing, it would have turned the corner on the ocean side. And I'll be darned, if you don't know where Mountain Avenue is, it's at the base of like Portsuela and Barrel El Nars on the inland side. It would have run to Hope Ranch or to Las Positas Valley with wind that was blowing it that way, and it would have been bound to both sides of the bases. So just to the point that Kristen already made, it's not necessarily about how you see your practices or where you live or what's happened in your lifetime up till now. It's about, when you wet your finger and hold it up and the wind's 99% of the time blowing that way, you need to be concerned about everything that's in front of you coming with the wind, and that could be miles away in some cases. And this attempts to address that and improve the defensibility on the ground. It's $100. That's important to some people. It's also not about what everybody else does if you participate, but it's about getting as many people to participate, because you're only as good as them participating or the services we bring to your neighbor. You can be the most, whatever it is, fire zero, nothing's going to burn, did all the right things, and if somebody down the line between you and the way the wind's blowing has done all the worst things, you're just as much as risk as that person is too. So happy to see this coming forward. Excited to get the news out, and because I know there's lots of people that have been waiting for this, and just want to say thanks for putting up with me as I keep pushing you to get this going, and city administrator also helping to make sure that it was a priority, because I think it's a key moment, and it helps also bridge the discussion for other places in town that don't look as gnarly as this do, but are also at risk. I mean, I don't know, Napa Fire, blew in right through downtown, and that is not a forest area kind of thing or a hilly area. So it's not just about where we see the canyons and the hills and the undergrowth. It's where those embers can fly in a really nasty wind, as we've found out all over California. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank our fire department staff, both chiefs, Mr. Montillo, Ms. Van. When you said earlier that we're a model and that we're getting communities calling and saying, what are you doing? Why is it so successful? It's not just a regional model, it's a national model for success and prevention. And to be able to expand it into the coastal zone, which we just heard is much needed, is going to really improve our community and our commitment as a city as a whole, both the city, government entity, and the community. And there was an article in runonclimate.org that came out just about a week ago. I know Ms. Van and I were interviewed in it, and others about this program. And it's going out nationally. It's a national publication. And it really highlights the effectiveness of what we're doing, but also in a time of diminishing resources. The headline of the article says, with FEMA shrinking, what can wildfire-prone communities do? Santa Barbara might have an answer. And that's the flip side of this, is all the prevention that we can do in the home hardening and then within the city road right-of-ways, preventing that and vegetation management. It reduces the risk But when there is a fire and there is damage, we can't count on FEMA anymore to the extent that we used to be able to. We can't count on additional resources coming in the extent that previously we did for generations. So all that we can do to stop these from happening and also minimize, when they do happen, minimize the damages that are there, it behooves us to do that. And this article gets into that. Everything you've said today gets into that. And education is the key component. I agree with Ms. Heller spoke online. We need to ensure that the coastal community fire zones are educated on the risks there, because for many of us who are here, who've lived here a long time, we think of the high fire zones in the hillsides, but it is, as with the Loma Fire expressed, that it is citywide now, especially with changing weather patterns. I mean, we had an incredibly warm January and February, which are going to have implications later on. And then also, our chief said earlier, this is a cut and paste. So we have a proven track record, again, from just up in the hillsides that we can implement here, so we're not starting from scratch. And that should give the confidence to everybody within that district that our own fire department has implemented this program for going on 20 years. So we're not starting a new program. We know what to do. We know how to implement it effectively, efficiently, and as quickly as possible. And I just wanted to also say a part of this was the Stevens Park. You mentioned that earlier too, in terms of vegetation management. There was a community meeting there on the project that's been going on there, and it's a great collaboration with our other different departments, sustainability and parks. And there was, I want to say, at least 30 people had showed up for a community meeting, which is a lot on a weeknight. And I've never really experienced this, but when it was done, they all started clapping for what you were doing. And this is a large part of that collaboration and getting out there. And they were extremely thankful for having that. So it benefits the residents, benefits us in the parks and open space areas. So, and the last part, it gets into the budget. We have extreme budget challenges. And this is an opportunity to really solidify budgeting resources for emergency preparedness and resilience. So I just want to thank everybody for putting this together. And again, thank the community members who've been talking with me and Councilmember Jordan in the coastal zone to move this forward, and fully supportive of it. Thank you.
All right, very good. Are there any other questions or comments? With that, thank you very much. We just adopt by reading title only, so. Do you want to vote on? Okay. Mr. Jordan.
I'll move the staff recommendation, particularly B and C, the adoption paragraphs.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Jordan, second by Friedman.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the recommended actions for item 13. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, if you'd read the next item into the record, please.
Next item is item 14, City Administrator's recommended mid-cycle budget for fiscal year 2027.
All right, very good. Mr. DiMartini.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini. I'm the city's finance director. I'm here with Ms. Natalia Glusik, the city's budget manager, and it is our pleasure to present an overview of the city administrator's recommended budget for fiscal year 2027.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. So on the screen in front of you is the agenda for today. First, we're going to go over the budget in general, and then a general fund overview. We will then talk about the public meeting schedule for the budget review, look at an online demonstration of our online budget book, and then open up for questions and public comment. First, our budget overview. This is a slide many of you have seen before. This is our budget development phases. We start with a base budget, which is essentially taking the prior year numbers, and then we update those for known changes, such as MOUs, various contract changes, and other things that we are fairly sure that we're anticipating will happen. Finance develops this base budget, and then we send that out to the departments for departmental entry. The departments are the people who are doing the work every day. They're very familiar with their needs, and they put input clarifying those needs so that they can meet their stated objectives. After the departments are done preparing their proposal, it comes back to finance for review. Finance and the city administrator work collaboratively with the departments to produce a comprehensive citywide budget, something that takes the entire city into account, and the city administrator then approves it for submission to the recommended budget, which is where we are today. We are going to start a series of staff presentations, and boards and commissions can review, public can review the budget, make their comments and input, and then we have finally budget deliberation where council gives us their final direction and input to the budget. And then we come back, and hopefully, if all goes well, we will have an adopted budget, and then we start implementing it for the following year. Our budget is currently in an online format. We have moved off of paper for many reasons. This is a screenshot of our budget landing page. It has several drop-downs. We'll see it in action in a little while. We are leveraging OpenGov, which is this platform, also for our quarterly reports, our CIP, our city infrastructure plan, and also for Measure C reports. So it is a integrative platform that helps us with our efficiency. We also have several informational pages that we've added to help clarify the budget process. And we are refining our explanations of differences between the budget transparency tools. Those differences are that we have the transparency tool you can move around in. There are two different data sets. The budget is a static set that says this is what we are planning to spend for the year. That's one data set. A separate data set looks at actuals. So you can go into the transparency tool and see what has actually happened to date. And those are two separate sets of data. Next slide. So the format of the online recommended budget, we start with a budget message, then we have some summary schedules, which you see a short list there on the left-hand side of the slide. And then we also have our operating budgets by department. We also have our capital budgets by department. We have separated them out for clarity so we can see the difference between what is being spent on delivering services versus what is our capital investment. We have also added some performance measures. We are switching over from our core plan, which was part of Vision 2030, to a citywide comprehensive strategic plan that has been worked out with council and city departments for the first 3 years, and the first year of that plan is now incorporated into the budget document. We are still working to incorporate to implement a way to get those measures and monetary efforts combined a little bit better. And we also have the organizational charts in there. Next slide. Here we have a nice pie graph showing that our total expenditure by budget by major fund. So you see the lion's share is our enterprise funds. Those are our pretty much pay per play. So they do not get any general fund support. They don't get tax dollar support. They are supported solely by fees for the services they deliver. These include our waterfront, our airport, our water and wastewater groups. So the users who are using those services pay directly for them. The next largest section is our general fund. Again, those are supported by our taxes. There is a breakdown of those. There are some fees that do go into the general fund and other sources that fund it. Those fund the general services for the city. So these are the public goods services. This is your police, your fire, your library, your parks and recreation. Followed by the internal service funds. These are services that the city supplies to itself. So things like our informational technology group, our insurance fund, self-insurance fund, energy, and excuse me, fleet and facilities. So these kind of operate as internal groups that we, that collect their fees off of services for other groups within the city. Then we have our Measure C capital, which is that percent sales tax that comes in, and that is a fund that we have promised for very specific needs. We have an oversight committee for those funds, and the council approves the priorities each year. And we also have a number of special revenue funds that come in through grants and other sources. Next. Every year, we have some considerations that we really keep in mind when we're doing the budget. This year, our tax revenues continue to soften. We have a lot of economic uncertainty. After COVID, we had a nice spike in our sales taxes and other taxes. Those have leveled off. They are still increasing, but at a much slower rate. And there's also a lot of economic uncertainty out there. We are implementing, as I said earlier, our citywide strategic plan. So that gets taken into consideration with our decisions. Our Measure I tax, sales tax has been implemented this year. And so that's an additional revenue source that really allows us to keep some of our core functions going. We are in the midst of a classification and compensation study. It's been a while since the city's had one. I believe it's on the order of 20 years. So we are now incorporating that and kind of getting to the end zone of that space. We also have continued pension cost increases. Our employees are living longer, and so that increases, of course, the cost of paying off pensions. We are focusing this year really heavily on project delivery, so focusing on projects that are in progress, not starting new projects unless we are really ready to start doing them, and to deliver those core services that we supply as the city. And we also have to keep in mind our reserve policy. Our reserve is kind of like our savings account, so if we have no reserve money, it's kind of like living from paycheck to paycheck. So we need to consider replenishing our reserve and what that needs to look like. Next slide.
Thank you so much. So just a quick update on the first full year of Measure I sales tax implementation. This is a table and pie chart that we showed during last year's budget cycle. It has remained the same. And so this is the 2-year plan that council approved during last year's budget cycle for the first 2 years, first 2 full fiscal years of implementation of the new Measure I sales tax money that the voters approved not too long ago. This table was organized so that it shows what existing programs and services that Measures I sales tax will fund, the essential services that were included in the ballot language itself. And that includes police officers, firefighters, Parks and Recreation staff, including adding back money from a prior budget reduction for the school program support, and then also staff at the library, as well as security services and digital service money, digital collection money that was previously funded by one-time sources, including ARPA legislation. And so and then also, I apologize, I missed this one, was the homeless services funding, which was again funded through one-time sources as well. So really focusing the first 2 years of implementation for the Measure I sales tax money on the essential services that the community is already expecting from the city, services that we already provide. And then on top of that, council took an action to appropriate $1.5 million in both years to transfer into the flexible housing fund, and then another $1.5 million of a transfer into the local housing trust fund. Those were not previous transfers that were made out of the general fund, so we wanted to isolate them and identify them as new allocations. And so this is the comprehensive plan for the first 2 full fiscal years of the Measure I sales tax money, and you can see a pie chart representation of the table on the left-hand side.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. As mentioned before, we're implementing our first ever citywide strategic plan. There's been a lot of work going into this. It is organized into 4 main goals. Those are stimulating the economy and community vitality, enhancing community resiliency and safety, strengthening housing and community services, and ensuring a thriving city organization. Everything that we do and the decisions that we make, we are going back to that strategic plan to assure that everything is in line with the goals that we are actually trying to accomplish as a city. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we had our city outcomes in reaching for excellence. That was part of our Vision 2030. We are retiring those at the end of this fiscal year, but they are included in this year's budget. We feel that is only transparent to report on our progress on those stated goals. Those were organized into three buckets. The first was a thriving workforce, and the second was organizational optimization, and the third was innovation. These three core concepts do exist in the new strategic plan. They just come through a little bit differently. Next slide, please. I would like to take a moment to remind us all about our cost recovery and revenue policy. We reset our fees every year, we review them every year, and we confirm that those cost recovery factors are being met. We want to make sure that it's clear, our cost recovery criteria. We aren't just covering our administrative overhead. We cannot make money on our services. We can only go up to 100%. The way that we determine how much we charge for a service is how much it costs and then how many individuals is it actually serving. So if you have something like a private tennis lesson or a facility rental, that would be an 80 to 100% cost recovery because only one person or a very small group of people are receiving that benefit. Moving down the list, if you have a bit more community benefit for more important services, maybe 20 to 80% cost recovery. So something like an after-school program where the individuals going to that program are benefiting, but our larger community is also benefiting from it. Or water installation, the water heater installation permit example is a safety issue for others besides the person getting that permit. So that's something that would get not 100% recovery. And then the least cost recovery are things that really mostly benefit the core services. So things like public safety or park maintenance. And a lot of those are a zero cost recovery. They are covered by the general fund. Again, our annual fee changes are available for review. They are reviewed in January and March by the departments. And then we have committee and commission reviews that happen subsequently, and the city council will review and make their recommendation next month as we make these presentations. We will be specifically going over the fee changes in the finance committee meeting on May 5th. And then, of course, they get adopted in June.
Okay, so now I'll take over the presentation from here, and we'll dive into a little bit more detail about the city's general fund and the trends that we're seeing in the general fund. And so we always like to start with the general fund multi-year financial forecast. This is a graph that shows our trend of our expenditures in the solid red line and the trend of our revenues in the dotted green line. And you may recall that we shared this graph at the budget work session that we held at the Faulkner Gallery in the Public Library a couple of weeks ago. And this graph is looking better. And the reason why it's better is because we have included the recommendations that staff presented at the work session a couple of weeks ago into the city administrator's recommended budget that is before you today. So you will see that green line and the red line actually converge, and they're right next to each other in the recommended budget for fiscal year 2027. We technically are presenting you with a balanced budget in fiscal year 2027 before the contribution that is required in the reserve policy. So I'm happy to report that to council. We still have work that we need to do, but that is the end result of the options that we were considering at the workshop with you a couple of weeks ago. You can still see the lines diverge. They grow further apart in those out years. So our revenues will continue to grow. We are confident about that, but our expenditures will continue to grow at a greater rate. And so that deficit will only continue in the out years. If you take into consideration the reserve contribution requirement, we are showing a deficit of $3.4 million in fiscal year 2027. And I have some detailed slides that will get into that. And you can really see that right here on this table. This table shows the last couple of years of actual results in the general fund for revenues and expenditures. And we're showing you a projection of the current fiscal year 2026, and then the budget for fiscal year 2027. when I mentioned earlier that we are showing you a balanced budget, a very small surplus of just approximately $200,000 in fiscal year 2027. But again, when you consider the reserve contribution requirement of $3.6 million in fiscal year 2027, it is important to acknowledge that we are showing a net deficit of the $3.4 million. So I just wanted to kind of walk through the logic to make sure that council and members of the public are sort of aware of how the budget is put together. This is an improvement, clearly, from prior years. So we'll obviously monitor this situation as we go through the operating year. So then the next slide, it came up, I think Councilmember Sten, I think, asked a question during the work session, others as well, about what are some of the assumptions, some of the details included in staff's analysis, calculations for our revenue projections. And so we wanted to provide this table, which shows you again the last couple of years of actual revenues coming in from our major revenue sources in the general fund, where we are projecting to end up by the end of this current fiscal year, and then what the budget is for fiscal year 2027. I'll first talk about the pie chart on the right-hand side, which I've done before. What's really great about our revenues is that we have a diverse and pretty large set of revenue sources. We are not solely reliant on one or two revenue sources, which is great for us, great for our community. We've successfully implemented through our electorate two district sales tax measures in the last couple of years. So that has been very helpful for capital infrastructure investment as well as services. So that's really important to note. Sales tax, there really are technically three of them now, right? Our 1% Bradley Burns sales tax is our first item on the table. And then we have two district sales tax measures that the voters have approved recently. First is the 1% Measure C, which has gone towards capital and infrastructure investment. And then our newest one is our transaction and use tax for Measure I, which is the half-cent sales tax. And you can see it ramping up in 25 and then the first full year in 2026. What's important to note here on all three of these sales tax line items is that they're all experiencing growth, but not a significant amount of growth year over year over year. It is pretty small growth, and I have a graph coming up that will show that. And there's just been a lot of sort of pressure on sales activity in the city, really around the state. This is a statewide phenomenon, not just in the city of Santa Barbara. It just has not grown all that significantly. Property tax continues to be our most stable revenue source in the general fund, hands down. And you can see that by the trend. TOT is also growing, but again, not as significant growth that we've seen compared to like property tax or even sales tax. It is showing some growth, but not a lot. And it is also important to note that TOT growth, a portion of that does come from the short-term rental enforcement program led out of the city attorney's office. And so it's not solely about TOT related to the 60 plus hotels in the city. And then there are some other taxes and other revenues. So I just wanted to share this with some of our assumptions, some of the information that we're including in our budget for our general fund taxes. This graph here on the left-hand side shows the sales tax trends quarter over quarter, comparing the city of Santa Barbara to the county of Santa Barbara, and then compared to the state of California. And so what it does show is that there is some volatility. Sometimes and where we are right now, we've actually had a decline in sales tax revenue compared to the prior quarter. And we've seen that in other years as well. This graph also shows you that the volatility of the city of Santa Barbara's sales tax revenue is more volatile than compared to the county and compared to the state. So when times are good, they're really good in the city, but when times are bad, they're even worse. So that's a takeaway that I'd like council and the public to get on this graph. The graph on the right-hand side shows you some of our information that we analyze when looking at our transient occupancy tax revenue. It shows the trend of the average daily rate for staying in a hotel, and then also the hotel occupancy. What's very clear on this graph is it shows the seasonal nature of the hotel industry in Santa Barbara, and they go hand in hand. There's a definite correlation between the two indices, but it shows pretty flat average daily rate and hotel occupancy over the last 3 years. So again, not showing a significant amount of growth, and you saw that on our revenue projection on the prior slide. So this is information that we analyze that helps inform our budget projections. So now let's go to the other side of the income statement, which shows how the city administrator's recommended budget is projected to spend those general fund revenues. The vast majority of the general fund pays for people. It pays for the salaries and benefits for the people that provide essential services to this organization. And that's 65% of the overall general fund budget. And then the other large portion is supplies and services, contracts, materials, and then all of the equipment line there, the 36 million, is basically the Measure C sales tax revenue that pays for capital and infrastructure. We wanted to provide a summary table, which is an update to the table that we shared with you at the budget work session a couple of weeks ago, which itemizes all of the budget balancing solutions that are included in the recommended budget before you today, and how we started with the $14.6 million deficit when we released the base budget with our baseline assumptions, and where we are today with a $3.4 million deficit. We went into detail a couple weeks ago, so I won't do that today, but it does include implementing all of the Tier 1 budget balancing options that departments' staff are currently working on. We are planning to delay the hiring and sort of backfilling of vacant positions for a period of time. We are looking to replace some of the lost revenue in the general fund by bringing in $2 million from the fleet replacement fund to extend the useful life of certain non-emergency, non-public safety vehicles. We're also looking to retain a portion of the utility user tax that currently funds streets programs and keep that in the general fund to pay for general fund services. And we're also proposing to partially defer the general fund reserve transfer going into the local housing trust fund by $1 million to monitor that progress over the course of the year to see if we can potentially not defer it and bring it back in, but the budget before you today does include a deferral of $1 million. And then putting this all together, what impact would this have on the general fund reserves? This graph also looks a lot better than what we presented 2 weeks ago. You may recall the reserve blue bar in the fiscal year 2027 budget column was much lower. So through implementing the solutions that are included in the budget before you today, it does bring that bar back up to where we are in fiscal year 2026. So effectively, the reserves, in the assumptions in the budget, have us holding the same cash balance and reserves where we are today with that balanced budget. Again, the gap between the reserve level, the actual reserve level, and the city council adopted policy level of 25% does widen though, because our expenditures are growing. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Glusick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. Before you is our proposed public meeting schedule. On April 9th, we had our budget work session over at Faulkner Gallery in the library. And today we are at the budget introduction with the City Council. On May 5th, as mentioned, we will have our Finance Committee review of the recommended budget. And then on May 12th, we will have our first council budget hearing for all of the general funds departments. This includes the Measure C Capital Fund. And then on May 19th, the following week, we will have another budget hearing for all of the other fund departments. This includes our enterprise, intercity services, and special revenue funds. And then on June 9th, we will have budget deliberations where we will receive final direction from council. And then on June 16th, we will present the final budget for adoption. So now we're going to have a demo of our online budget book. Before I do so, I really want to thank heartily and congratulate the entire city. There are so many people who have a hand in doing this. The departments work really, really hard on it. And especially I want to thank my two budget analysts, Kat Valencia and Jordan Needle, who have worked really tirelessly to make this a working and viable product. And also Jennifer Nickerson, who also helps us make sure that our accessibility standards are met and help us make sure the links are all correct. And it doesn't seem to want to go there. Here we go. All right. So if you start on the city finance page, and if you go to the city's land page and just put budget into the search bar, it will bring you here. you will find on the left-hand side a PDF version of our recommended budget and also a combined fee schedule. So you can look at them in PDF form if that is your preference. You can also click through to the recommended fiscal year 2027 budget, and that will bring you to our online budget book. Using this system helps support the city's efforts toward meeting and exceeding accessibility standards. And one of the things that it does do for that is it does have many languages to translate. So in this upper left-hand corner, you can select your language. I'm going to choose Spanish. And it will translate very quickly, as you can see, the entire page. This also works for the table headings and other information in the online budget book. I'm going to switch it back to English now. Okay. So we are on the table of contents. You can see that across the top we have these tabs for the various sections. These correspond with the sections of the table of contents. So you can quickly and easily navigate between these places on the online budget book if that is your preference. I'm going to stay with navigating from the table of contents today. Going down the left-hand side, we start with those same consolidated PDFs. We have the fiscal year fee schedule for 2027 and also the recommended budget. A third link here is to our capital improvement plan, our CIP. That is a 5-year plan that gets updated every 2 years. So this is the most recent CIP plan, if you'd like to take a look at that. Next is the introduction section, where you can find the city administrator's message. And if you go ahead and click through, you can see her message here. Moving on to the budget overview, we have our general fund summary, Measure I, and the housing and homelessness page there. If you click through to the general fund summary, you can read all about the general fund. There are some tables and pie charts in there, as well as some fun facts that Mr. DeMartini just illuminated us with. The next section is our summary schedules. Here we have a citywide summary and also summaries that are broken out with revenues by fund, expenditures by fund, et cetera. We also have our Measure C and general fund capital budget here, where you will see what was adopted in 2026 and what appeared last year in our 2-year cycle. We had a financial plan, so this is what appeared in the second year that was approved, and then our proposed mid-cycle update. You'll see these organized by department on the dark blue bars with subtotals on the light blue bars. And as you scroll down, past the Measure C, you will also see our general fund capital in the same format. Please note that we are not budgeting any new projects for FY 2027 in the general fund capital, and that is part of our intention to really focus on project delivery. Next section you have is for our budgets. You'll note that, department budgets. You'll note that each of the departments has at least one page with a summary. There are a couple of departments, city administration, sustainability, resilience, and public works that have more than one because the functionality of those different units is very different and the page became cumbersome. We did do a lot of work. We got some feedback that there were a lot of pages before. Every division had their own page and that it was potentially confusing or hard to find information. So we've worked really hard to streamline it and make it logical to find things. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the Parks and Rec page and walk through it. So each of the departments has some information up at the top. You'll see their departmental link to their department page on the city website. This is where you'll want to go if you want to find out more information about what the department is doing. There's also some information on the many different divisions. Again, each of these used to have their own page. We now encourage you to explore the transparency tool, which we will do a little later in this presentation. You'll also see some highlights and challenges from 2026 and the priorities for the coming fiscal year. Moving down, you'll see the budgeted positions. This is the number of positions that this department is actually paying for in their budget. Beyond that, you will find a departmental financial summary, which starts with a very brief description of the different funding sources for that department. There are no Measure C funds included in this page's information, but there is a link through to that Measure C page for departments for whom it's valid, for who have budgeted Measure C funds for the year. There's also links throughout the document for our transparency tool. The first table you'll see on the pages is for the department's operational funds. So here we have the general fund because it is Parks and Recreation. You'll see it arranged by revenues and expenses by type. And then you will also see the fiscal year 2025 actuals, the fiscal year 2026 projections as they were presented at the Q2 report for the mid-year. And then you will see the approved budget from the second year of the 2-year financial plan that was adopted with the last budget cycle and our updated mid-cycle recommended budget. Below that, you'll see a couple of pie charts, one for revenues and the other one is for expenditures by program. If you hover on the different sections of these pie charts, you can see the percentage and dollar amount of each of these programs. Next, for Parks and Recreation, we have a miscellaneous grants fund. Excuse me. Parks and Recreation administers funds from grants and other funds outside organizations in a miscellaneous grants fund to supplement program support and capital reinvestment. Several departments have one or more special funds such as this one, so you'll find them right underneath their operations. And again, we have our pie chart showing them by program. These numbers are exactly the same because they are planning to get these funds and spend them, so that's why that looks so similar. Followed by the golf fund, which is a enterprise fund. Again, these funds do not receive general fund support. They are funded fully from the fees that they generate for that service. Beneath that, you'll find the golf capital fund. Any group that has capital projects has a capital fund, and so you will see that separated out here. And underneath that, you will see a table of the projects that are funded by that capital fund. So these are all the golf capital projects coming out of golf capital. Beneath that, you will find the Core 3 section. This is our performance measurement program that we are retiring this year. You can go ahead and see in each department their various goals and where they're at that. Followed by a section for our new strategic plan. These are organized by the 4 different goals, the objectives within those goals, and the initiatives that departments are taking for those goals. You can also see the collaborating departments that are collaborating with them. So several of Parks and Recreation's initiatives, they're in partnership with either Public Works or Sustainability and Resilience. And finally, we come to the departmental organization chart. This chart shows how the department is structured and how the positions report to each other. As we scroll down the page, you may have noticed, I'm trying not to go too fast on the way back up here, sorry. Don't want anybody to get dizzy. Yeah. You'll notice that there's a transparency tool link for these various tables. We've had those going through the transparency tool showing the accompanying table data. But I do want to take a moment, I do want to take a moment to just explore the transparency tool. So I'm going to click into this first instance of it. Once you're in the transparency tool, I'm just going to say view report. Once you're in the transparency tool, we can look at many combinations of the data, citywide to program specific. Here we're starting with a filter for Parks and Rec, which you can see over here. It's telling me it's filtering for Parks and Recreation, and then it's broken down by type. Hovering over the bars can give you information about what is there. Currently, the chart is broken down by revenues and expenditures. You can also see information if you just hover over expenses to the side or revenues here. Scrolling down, you'll see a table that shows you that same information, but you can expand on these items so that it shows you what the breakdown is, what makes those things up. If we drill into, say, services and fees, we'll notice that golf fees are included in there. So this is the entire budget for all of the Parks and Rec department. But what if I'm only interested in seeing what's going on with the general fund? So we do have, if you look over here on the left-hand side, kind of down under all of this, these items here, you'll see views and filters. All of these views are the previous renditions of what we used to have for each page. So they do, that information still is intact. But as you can see, there are many of them. And even if you do a Control F and find what you're looking for, there's many different finance pages, as you can see, many different pages within each department. So our recommendation is to familiarize yourself with the tool itself so that you can find your question more easily. So instead of looking at views, you can click on filters, which is right next to it. And that shows you how this is broken out. So it's telling me that I'm showing the revenues and expenses. It's broken down by revenues and expenses. And then I can filter by various different things to filter out other groups. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click on funds, and it will open up this window. You can see that all of the funds are marked. The lighter gray ones are funds that have been selected to go through, but there's no data in there. While the darker ones, enterprise funds, general fund, Measure C, special revenue funds, do have data. And if I expand the general fund, you can see the same kind of pattern with gray, gray, gray until I get to the golf course funds, which is an appropriate enterprise fund to have in the Parks and Recreation group. So instead, I'm going to uncheck all of those. Let me collapse that. And only click general fund. And then you can see here that I only have general fund expenditures and revenues. And these numbers do match to the tables in the online budget book. This isn't a very exciting chart. It's only got 2 big bars. So what if I want to look at it a little bit more intensely? I want to know how the programs are doing. So I come back over here to my filters, and instead of having just revenues, I'm going to look at expenses. And it automatically breaks it down by expense type. You can also see down in this table the same expense type broken out and expand on that to see the various different kinds of expenses under each expense type. Another way to look at it would be to say, say I want to know how it is by program, broken down by, you can do it by programs or projects or funds or expense type under expenses. I'm going to look by programs. So again, I can see our grounds facilities, aquatics, recreation facilities, forestry, etc. Let's say I'm very interested in what's going on in youth activities. I can either click on youth activities here or anywhere on this chart where it says youth activities. And it gives me just that group and just those amounts. Again, not a very exciting bar because I've asked it to show me programs broken down by programs with one program in it. So if I look at it broken down by expense type, this shows me how the expenses are the expenses that come just out of that youth program. And I can see that up here, general fund, youth activities, and you can see that they're different expense types. So we very much encourage you to explore this tool, please, and to let us know if you have any questions at all. And that is about it for the demo, so please let us know if you have any questions.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
very
I'm so sorry. I missed a slide. Our recommendation is that the City Council receive the City Administrator's recommended operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2027. Hear a report from the staff in connection with filing of the fiscal year 2027 budget, and approve the proposed schedule of council budget review meetings and public hearings related to the City Administrator's recommended mid-cycle budget for the fiscal year 2027. And now we open up to questions and public comment.
Mayor, I might suggest, since this is not necessarily an action item, that council comments and questions be consolidated and we hear public comment like we've done on other items, just to
Okay,
streamline.
we have to approve the budget schedule though, right?
We do, but I just, because it's up to the count, but it's not a substantive motion at this point, so, but it's,
Correct.
yeah.
I
so-
just wanted to clarify, though, we're not really talking about specifically granular items in the budget itself. We're really talking about the schedule in
The
terms of
schedule,
our action
correct,
today.
correct.
Okay. We do have some public speakers on this, however. So let's go ahead and do the public speakers first, if works out for you guys. We'll start out with Leo Dukakis. Dukakis. Leo, are you here? Sorry about that last name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mayor, that wasn't the first time you've messed up my name, but that's just kidding.
No, I'm having a rough day.
My name is Leo Decasaus, and I'm here today representing SEIU as a labor partner. We appreciate the council's continued and vigorous efforts to address the projected budget deficits. And as we prepare for the upcoming budget work sessions, I would like to take a moment to reiterate several key priorities from SEIU Local 620. First, we strongly oppose any budget cut proposals that would impact full-time equivalent positions or employee benefits. I know that's not on the proposal right now, but looking forward into the future, we see the projections. Second, as we continue working together on classification and compensation adjustments, we urge the council to adopt a strong compensation philosophy that positions the city as market leaders. Third, we ask the council to proceed cautiously with strategies that intentionally leave vacancies unfilled for long periods of time. Vacant positions left unfilled for too long can quietly turn into eliminated FTEs, which can ultimately result in layoffs of filled positions or the termination thereof. And we've been down that road before. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to the upcoming budget workshops. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Rich Sander?
Hello.
What's that sound?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Rich Sander, Executive Director of SPACT. I think I know many of you by now. I am here today mainly because we are curious about the next year's budget. I'm hoping that we could get some clarity from staff on their recommendation on what funding is available for FARO next year and what is the staff recommendation moving forward. That's all. Thank you.
All right, very good. And are there any comments online on this item, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so once again, because we were talking about the schedule in terms of what we're deciding on, can have questions and comments then together on this item. So we'll start with Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And thank you. I want to first just appreciate having both the flexibility of the budget tool, and I think your demonstration showed how deep you can go, but it's hard to get the big overview from that. So having both that movable tool, but also the static PDF for the overview has just been incredibly helpful, and that the numbers in the PDF aren't changing from different times looking at it, which transparency would show the real numbers in the moment. So you've really done it with having both, and it's incredible. And I think in addition, having departments together instead of opening like each one individually. So I just really appreciate those changes and these efforts towards transparency. So I have a couple questions from the budget workshop to now. I just want to check in for those Tier 1 recommendations. Does this budget before us, and I just want to here to confirm, part of the Tier 1 recommendations were expanding permitted short-term vacation rentals and TOT. Is that still in what's before us?
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. The answer is no. That was one of the items that we were directed by council to not pursue, so we did not include that.
Great. So I'm just going to confirm for each of those because just from the workshop to now, just so that I'm aware. So prioritizing contracting out services was one of the tier one. Is that no
So
longer?
I think many of those options we are still exploring, so I don't believe, but we can walk through each one of them, but I think.
have like 5
Okay,
or
so
6.
perfect, yeah. So
Yeah.
that one it's on the list because the council asked us to, when we brought the list prior to council previously, you'd asked us to continue to explore it, but there's not any specific proposal on the table for this budget at this
Is there
time.
a specific dollar amount, I guess, is
No,
what I'm
not at
hoping
this-
to, okay. So that, I guess, let me rephrase my question, that this balanced budget doesn't require that we expand permitted short-term rentals.
Correct.
It
Correct.
doesn't require that we change the ambassador schedule.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Or that we have more cruise ships.
Correct.
Or that we have waterfront RV parking.
That is, yes, it does not include that at this point, but staff is exploring
Great.
that, yes.
Explore away. I just wanted to make sure that us having this balance before us wasn't sort of already in there so that when it came to us later, if we wanted to not pursue those options, that it was out. Okay. That's super, super helpful. Thank you. And I also feel like it's really responsive to the workshop because that we had the workshop, gave that input, and then to see it here is really great. So I guess I guess I'll just make some comments that are similar to the comments I made before, and just because at each one of these hearings, just to keep track of it all, appreciating that we're not changing the arts budget, also that there are no freezes or cuts at this point. I think that is amazing and really well done. I really appreciate how Measure C priorities are still being maintained, but that I think that's how we're getting to having this budget balanced, was taking a look at that and how that changes over time, and I appreciate that. Keeping Fire Station 7, I know we talked about this at the workshop, but just reiterating how important it is to keep that one on there. Again, appreciating how it's related to the strategic plan. Delegara Plaza being held off was still on there, but I'll still put in a maybe a thought for maybe just replant the grass, put some benches in there. So even though that one's being put off for a while, to still do something to make it inviting. And I think we can revisit Measure I maybe at a different point later too. I'm still a little bit not a little bit. I still don't want to defer the $1 million from the local housing trust fund. And again, for the reasons that it's tempting to think that because that was last one in, that it should be first one out. But for me, with fire and and housing were the two sort of top priorities for Measure I, as far as I was concerned. And I think a lot of people, the housing part was part of it. So we have ongoing essential services, and I think that local housing trust fund being funded was the only two new ones. And I feel like voters passed Measure I not just to maintain services, but also to look at housing. So I think if we looked at balancing something out, and I'll just leave this as a comment because I know there's a lot more to go with this, but Casa Cacique, happy we purchased it. If it's a $5 million purchase and a $2 million upgrade, and then however $1 million to operate it as sole operators, I really feel like that is where it's being taken $1 million from the local housing trust fund. So to me, the swing of the $7 million to $9 million that's going into Casa Cacique, I don't feel we had the benefit of deciding this or this for that funding. So I'll leave it at that. I just don't want to defer the 1.5 million to the local housing trust fund. It's incredible what you've done getting this to balance from the 14 million and now this smaller number. I've seen it coming from a lot of places. If the money isn't sitting in that trust fund, then we're not leveraging it, then we're not multiplying it. And I know this still has a long way to go. I just want to reiterate that, and especially in balance with the Casa Cacique, because that's ending up costing a lot more.
And just to clarify, that is, at this point, the sort of initial ask. We'll be coming back into council in August with a comprehensive update on the budget. We are in the process of hiring a permanent operator, so we'll have a good sense of what the ongoing operating costs are. We're also negotiating the other bed contracts with other agencies that will be reimbursing us, and we'll have a good budget for capital improvements, which we hope to have a lot of opportunity for private fundraising with. So that will be part of the discussion we'll have. So again, that's why we're saying to defer the local housing trust fund, because there are some additional things in the works where if we are able to reduce money needed there, that could free up ability to put that money in, and why we could do it at a point.
Understood. And I appreciate that because it'll be after the budget. So when we say defer to what date, and defer pending which decisions, that kind of thing.
Okay, perfect.
When it comes back. And then I still want to put in, I think we could be looking at the residential vacancy tax. I mean, again, not as a revenue generator, it can't be, but as a behavioral change thing. And I think really appreciating that the efforts to work toward employer of choice and keeping that in the conversation, that we're not, that's part of it here too. And it's very impressive that you were able to go from where we were to where we are. So thank you for that.
Okay, once again, before we get too far afield here, we're not having a budget hearing today. This is a schedule of the budget hearings we're talking about, so let's not get too far into the granularity of what we're talking about, because we do have hearings coming up. We have a proposed schedule, and that's what we're going to be voting on. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually just have two questions, and they're related to the report that was given today. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, I will save all my dozens of questions for another day. And I will use a transparency tool to hopefully answer them ahead of time, so I won't have to ask them. Could you pull up slide 21 real quickly, Mr. DiMartini, on the general fund reserves? And this, when we're looking at the reserves, I just want to, if you could explain to us where we are today and where we're expected to be in terms of, do we have contingency, or are we already into emergency reserves? Where are we? Because I think it's very important as we set the tone for the budget to understand the level of our reserves.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, thank you for that question. So where we are today is we're in fiscal year 2026. We have a projection of where we think we're going to end the year in fiscal year 2026 with just a couple months left to go based on our most recently completed Q2 report, right, which does project a deficit in this current fiscal year. That bar is where we are today, which is just showing our disaster reserves. The contingency reserves are in that dark gray color. So you can see the dark gray color at the top of the bar from fiscal year 2019 to 2024. So effectively, we have already depleted our contingency reserves at this point in time. So we will be moving into our emergency disaster reserves.
And just so I understand this chart, it looks like we have about cash-wise, because you had mentioned earlier that we have the same level of cash, but the reserve is growing based on the requirement. So we have about 28 million in reserves. We should be about 58 million. So if we were to replenish them, we have to find a plan to come up with about $30 million to get back to our reserve policy.
Councilmember Friedman, that is correct.
And then the last question, and then some brief comments. In terms, again, looking into the reserve, are there any unknowns in terms of expenditures that are not cooked into the budget, or any potential revenues that are in there that could either exacerbate and go us further into the emergency reserves or build them, that are not accounted for in any of the budget?
Councilmember Friedman, thank you for bringing that up. There are a couple things that come to mind, in no particular order. One would be the potential litigation or the potential operating costs of the city for the rent stabilization ordinance. So we know that there's active litigation, so to pay for that, as well as the potential cost of implementing a program if council were to approve that. There would be a fee component to that program, I believe, but it most certainly probably would not be fully cost recoverable. So that's one thing to consider. Also, the short-term rental ordinance that was before the ordinance committee today, there is a potential revenue loss of approximately $2 million a year of general fund TOT revenue. So if the short-term rental activity is to be more restricted throughout the city, there is a potential loss of TOT revenue there. Neither of those programs are approved by council at this time, so it is not appropriate to budget for the financial impact of those ordinances at this time. On the revenue side, there is potential upside. Council is aware of active litigation, a lawsuit that the Disney Corporation filed with the city in regards to the applicability of our utility users tax on digital streaming services. That case is before the California Supreme Court as of today. We're hoping to hear within the next couple of weeks if the court is going to actually hear the case. We're hoping that they don't, which means that prior Court of Appeals decision affirming the tax administrator's decision is held, which means we can then start collecting UT revenue on digital streaming services. And I'm very happy about where this is at today. I'm hoping that we can move forward as we are planning. So that would have potential upside on our revenues. So those are three programs that come to mind, and there are likely others.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that there could be impacts to the reserves could be there, but that number is going to be somewhat volatile over the coming months, so we don't know what that number is, but we are in our emergency reserves essentially today. Okay, thank you. So just my comments. First, just want to appreciate the staff, your staff in your department, all you've done. Kat, Jordan, Lindsay, I know you're in the room here, so just wanted to acknowledge all the work. Every time I go down and meet with Keith, you're always there working away, and this is the product that you're working on, one of many products. But it's important because 8 years ago when started on council, some of us been on there this whole time, we had a one-time binder PDF that was outdated from the moment we got it, and there was no, and it was just the binder basically PDF'd online. There was no transparency tool. There was no real-time data. So we have come an incredible way for transparency and openness and real-time data for us as decision makers and the public. And so just wanted to call that out and thank you to all the staff that's doing that, has put that together. And as we look forward to the budget season, the reserves is going to be a critical issue to understand because we do have to have a way to replenish them. I mean, the way I'm looking at this chart, if we put an additional $3 million a year back into the reserves, it would take us over a decade to get to where we need to be. And that is going to be difficult with other priorities that we're trying to get to. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, sorry. Didn't have a good night's sleep last night. Well, I echo my colleagues' appreciation. This is always just such an incredible amount of work that you all do, that our whole city team does. So really grateful. And I am, too, going to hold my comments and questions for the most part through the sort of course of the budget process. But I also want to make some similar comments to what I made at the workshop, which is I'm still feeling that there's this real elephant in the room, which is how do we become an employer of choice? And what that means to me is how do we pay our people? Are we paying them above market? Is that our target? Is it market? To me, that is just such a huge question mark that's still, I mean, I know where I want us to be, but how we get there and how it's reflected in the budget continues to be certainly confusing to me, but also I think maybe more to the point, very worrisome to me. And I think it's something that while we might not see called out, we need to keep in mind when we think about what we're deferring, what we're not deferring. And this really called to mind when we're talking about the local housing trust fund deferral. I don't want to do that. I desperately do not want to do that. But I also think it's very important that we acknowledge that along with all of those housing providers and advocates who are out there stumping for Measure I, so too were our employees.
And I think that there's a real conversation that we need to have about balanced actions to ensure that we do become an employer of choice, which means paying people what they deserve. And so I just put that out there to say that there are going to be some hard choices. I don't mean to pit one thing against another. It certainly is not oppositional, but it doesn't mean that we can avoid the hard choices that I think we're going to have to make. And I appreciate the real deftness that you all have approached this budget with in trying to limit those more challenging conversations. And so I appreciate that, and I just wanted to put out there publicly that I continue to be going through this budget season with that at the forefront of my mind, and I hope that that's shared by my colleagues. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you to all of our staff. I mean, this has been an incredible effort to get us from a 14 million to now almost a balanced budget, precariously balanced. I understand we're all sort of cautiously optimistic, but I can't express enough how much I mean, I can feel how much staff from all the departments have really contributed to this. So I will be supporting the budget public meeting schedule. That is a for sure. I wanted to just very briefly add to something that some of my colleagues mentioned, the deferral to the local housing trust fund, and I think it's painful for a lot of us as we sit up here with how much of a crisis housing is in our city, and especially with no permanent funding source identified quite yet. I think that as we have those conversations, and depending on that to balance the budget, could perhaps set a dangerous precedent. And so I just want us to be very careful, really analyze everything, and make sure that we're looking under every couch cushion to see if we could close the gap in another way, because we're not necessarily seeing the dollars coming in from the federal government. But I wanted to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon mentioned about a residential vacancy tax, and emphasizing how that wouldn't be a revenue generating measure, but a behavioral change. And I would add that exploring a commercial vacancy tax would also be beneficial, again, not to generate revenue, but to change behavior. And the reason I bring this up is that every single time the budget is even mentioned, that's the feedback I get from constituents, is these vacant storefronts and vacant households are sitting there, and if you only tax them when they're vacant, that would change the behavior. I'll leave my comments at that, but I do want to commend our staff again. You're doing an incredible job. I really look forward to the rest of the budget hearing, since we'll be able to get more into the granular details of that. But as far as the public meeting schedule goes, I will be supporting that.
All right, very good. Are there no further comments or questions? I'll entertain a motion on item 14, item 14C.
So moved.
Moved by Santa Maria.
Second.
Second by Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion for item 14C. Motion by Councilmember Santa Maria, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez. Please go ahead and vote.
Pass unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. DeMartini, Ms. Gluzak. All right, very good. Let's move on to item 15. If you read that into the record, please.
Yes, item 15, updated resolution to reaffirm the city's response to federal immigration enforcement activities and commitment to community policing resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara promoting community safety, diversity, and public trust through locally guided practices in response to federal immigration enforcement.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Barbara Anderson, Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and I'm joined this afternoon by Police Chief Kelly Gordon. We will be providing an overview of the resolution promoting community safety, diversity, and public trust through locally guided practices in response to federal immigration enforcement activities. This resolution was first presented to you on March 10th, and since that time, staff have worked to incorporate council and community feedback into the resolution for your consideration this afternoon. So the purpose of the resolution, as mentioned, this resolution is about community safety, trust, and clarity of policies and practices. It responds directly to recent community concerns while reaffirming the city's longstanding policies and legal obligations. We cannot change federal law, but to clearly define the city's role within that regulation is really important for this resolution. Background. As stated, the resolution was first presented to council on March 10th. Since that time, we've worked to incorporate additional feedback into the edited resolution that you saw attached to the council agenda report, along with a strike through so that you can note the changes from the last version that you reviewed. Key components of the resolution include establishing clear boundaries on local versus federal roles in responding to federal immigration and enforcement activities in the city of Santa Barbara. Federal immigration enforcement is solely a federal responsibility. This resolution reinforces that local resources are focused on public safety, emergency response, and community policing. The current draft includes additional language addressing community events and planned gatherings, city response on city property, public facility signage, transparency and reporting, a city council notification protocol, and election safety non-interference. We wanted to briefly elevate a few of the changes that have been made since you last reviewed the resolution. The first is community events and planned gatherings. So the resolution currently states that in the event a federal immigration enforcement activity occurs during a permitted event, festival, or other planned gathering, officers of the Santa Barbara Police Department shall maintain a neutral role focused on the protection of life and property, crowd safety, and the orderly conduct of the event, and shall not to participate in or assist such enforcement activity except as otherwise required by law. The second area is city response on city property. So the resolution currently states, the city shall provide training and informational guidance to city employees regarding the applicable legal standards, employee rights and responsibilities, and best practices when federal immigration enforcement authorities seek access to city facilities or city-controlled spaces. Such training shall be intended to ensure that employees understand how to respond in a manner that is consistent with applicable law, city policy, and the protection of public safety and employee rights. The third section, is the public facility signage section. So this language now states the city administrator shall evaluate and implement, where appropriate, signage at city facilities that provides general information regarding access to public services and applicable legal protections. Any such signage, shall be consistent with state and federal law and shall not impede lawful access by authorized entities that are otherwise permitted under this resolution. The fourth section that we wanted to elevate is transparency and reporting. So the language now includes the police department shall provide periodic reports to the Fire and Police Commission consistent with department policy, summarizing department interactions with federal immigration authorities, including general categories of activity and public safety responses. The city shall also maintain publicly accessible information regarding reporting through its transparency platforms. So as a reminder, during last week's city council meeting, you approved the Fire and Police Commission work plan that included this level of reporting and their duties. Lastly, election safety and non-interference. I think you heard today the County Board of Supervisors was actually adding more detail on their level of response, training, support, and employee engagement or volunteer engagement as it relates to elections. So we wanted to specifically really note that this is their responsibility, but we want to coordinate closely with them to make sure that there's no additional interference. So city staff shall coordinate as appropriate with the Santa Barbara County Elections Office, which administers elections under the authority of the state of California, to support applicable guidance and protocols intended to protect the electoral process from intimidation and to promote the safety of voters, election workers, and polling locations. Such coordination may include the provision of municipal public safety services, traffic control, and other lawful assistance within the city's authority, consistent with state law and the jurisdiction of county and state election officials. So additional incorporated feedback is around public information on complaint processes for misconduct by federal agencies, public information and outreach, as well as establishing an internal protocol for informing City Council of significant public safety incidents. So I'm going to turn it over to City Attorney Doimus to speak specifically about the legal and policy framework of which this resolution ensured that we were in alignment both on the federal and state level.
Thank you, Barbara. I wanted to give some thought as to what I would say in this framework, especially considering our last meeting. So maybe when I give too much thought, that could be a good or bad thing. But when I was thinking about the comments up here, the discussion, the dialogue, and I also want to express my gratitude in terms of the outreach and the information, the viewpoints, the professionalism on that. I'm really grateful for that. But when I was thinking about the issues and the comments from council, it's not competing interests. I think there's a shared viewpoint of concerns about the tactics, the lack of due process, the training provided by immigration officers, all these things I've heard. What I've kind of thought about it is more of an issue of competing legal issues that kind of create some of the angst we have there. But because of those competing legal issues, which I'll go into for, I believe that no matter what document is produced, there's always going to be, no matter what viewpoint or position you have, there could be always something more to be done or something extra to be added. Me coming from a legal perspective, I get nervous. I want the most safest document. I'm sure there's some things I would probably rather strike to get that balance, but I recognize that's the key. When you have such strong competing legal issues, maybe the best document is actually an imperfect one at times. And second, I'll just remind this council, in having conversations with various jurisdictions, the League of Cities, you are a leading council, you are a leading city in really addressing these issues. So the first competing legal issue I just want to mention is the preemption issue. And Oscar really asked, Councilmember Gutierrez asked a really good question last meeting about, our limitation and the frustration I heard about what we can do. And I felt like I gave a incomplete answer. I did talk about the power the federal government has, but I think some context needs to be given about where that power came from and why there's preemption. First and foremost, this issue of the power and preemption comes from a century of Supreme Court case law. Right? Historically, there have been actually many examples of the opposite, where federal power was used to protect immigrants and their civil rights from state and local policies. You look at the 1800s when cities and states try to regulate who can land in their ports, imposing head taxes, exclusion rules, etc. And the Supreme Court started seeing what local jurisdictions were doing. And they started rejecting these state systems, these local state systems. And immigration control shifted to the national government, reasoning that immigration was tied to foreign affairs and commerce and could not be left to a patchwork of local rules. So the height of that was to kind of do away with the old quota system, which heavily favored Northern and Western Europeans and discriminated against others. And that was dismantled by the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. And that federal statute was inspired by the Civil Rights Movement. So when we talk about taking away the power, we have to look at the unintended consequences, but how do we get here with this power? And what happened historically in this country? And does a quick fix of a resolution in an afternoon address that issue? So just a reminder of where that power comes from and why that power is there. So that's one competing legal issue we have to consider. The second stems from that is from potential making sure we protect also our employees from criminal liability because of that preemption issue. We can't risk putting employees in a very difficult situation where employees may misunderstand where the line falls between lawful non-cooperation and unlawful obstruction. One example I want to give is a case of a Wisconsin Superior Court Judge, Hannah Dugan, who was arrested, tried, and prosecuted in December of 2025. And it's not really a strong overt act. It was a situation where the facts go where immigration enforcement officers went to the courtroom. They wanted to apprehend an individual. She directed the agents to go see the chief presiding judge of that courthouse. She called the individual's case up, let him go through a jury exit room into the main hallway. The agents eventually caught the individual and detained him. So it wasn't like he escaped. But they filed charges against the judge, and she was held guilty for obstruction charges. And this is a judge that has defenses of judicial immunities, immunities for local courtroom officials. So it shows you even someone as powerful as a judge with built-in extra defenses our employees wouldn't have shows the risk that must be considered. A third comment we heard about was about flock camera. And I know there is a process that the city administrator and the police chief will bring forth to council. My legal advice is it shouldn't be tied to an immigration enforcement document because of the risk of reputational harm. And what does that mean? We have done an extensive audit ourselves. So what information that we have, what we know in our contract, various audits, show that there have been no sharing of any information. So there's a separate process and a policy process that we can end our contract with them. We should follow that and not tie it in just to take any legal risk away. There is a process we can do with zero legal risk, and we should adhere to that. Why invite any extra difficulties or issues with that? So I just want to caution that. When I say reputational harm, what do I mean? Well, look at during the election in terms of Dominion voter machines. You know, we don't need that extra risk of legal when we have a perfectly legal low risk or zero risk method to terminate any contract. So that's the other balance in there. And then finally, the other fourth and final competing balance is the City Charter 607, which is non-administrative services. That was enacted by the voters after seeing other cities having political patronage. Think of New York, think of Chicago, where council can't direct the policies of the employees. You can set policy, but you can't administratively direct. And so we do have a Section 5 that kind of goes close to that issue. We don't want to get too technical is the barometer, I would say. When you start getting technical, like in a resolution, more and more that gets into the issue of directing. And so what we have here is a balance that the city administrator and the police chief feel is appropriate in this resolution, that they are okay with, that should be considered as to that issue, which kind of at least satisfies my concerns on the 607 charter issue. So as I mentioned, those are the competing legal issues that, are out there when you're looking at this document. And I think the balance of the drafting in terms of the collaboration, the work with city staff, coming back to council, hearing everything, is what you see in the final product in terms of addressing the main tenets, the concerns of the city, the community of city council, while balancing those legal concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus.
I do want to reiterate, as City Attorney Doimus had stated, that the city administrator has given staff direction to return back with a parallel effort regarding the data auditing and transparency and third-party contractual agreements related to FLOC outside of the resolution. So that will be returning to council as a separate item. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Questions for staff? Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. When is that coming back for the data privacy on flock cameras?
My guess is it will not come back probably until end of June or then August, depending on if we can get the work done on, and given what else is on the agendas in June.
Okay, and could you just clarify what exactly you'd be bringing back?
So it is, what we had heard from the council was that you wanted us to evaluate alternative options to the flock camera system to allow us to continue to have the sort of crime-solving, fighting capabilities that we get from the flock camera systems. So we need to evaluate that, and then also a review of just sort of other software and systems and our contractual obligations around data sharing and privacy. And so we need some time, and with everything else that is happening in the next 2 months and that is on the agendas, the same staff are pulled in about 4 different ways. So we will be coming back with that as soon as we can finish that work.
Okay, so around June, between June and August is what you mentioned?
Well, the council is dark in July, so if we can't get to it by the end of June, it would be the sort of first part of August.
Okay, thank you. I'll save my comments for after public comment. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, very good. I have a question, I think it's perhaps for Mr. Doimas, regarding the signage. And it gives an example of signage in, I think it was slide 8. What exactly is the purpose of the signage, and what do we expect it to achieve? I know what it says what its intent is. Do we actually think that has any weight of any practical purpose? And I guess the second part of that question would be, doesn't that put the agency at some kind of risk? If somebody decides, I've read that sign, I'm undocumented, I'm being pursued, I'm going to stand on that property, I'm good. And so I'm immune from any enforcement, which I'm not really clear that the federal agencies would respect or adhere to that sign. So wouldn't that give a false sense of security to somebody who felt at risk?
Honorable Mayor, and I don't know if staff has any additional information. The signage is, we got obviously areas where the public are allowed to be in. Obviously, we can't really dictate that. And so we can't prevent immigration officers from entering that area, just like we couldn't exclude a member from the public unless there was some restraining court order, which is a very high bar, believe in my experience, to get even if someone is harassing a behavior. But I think the signage is more for the private areas in terms of where people are located, not to be able to go into providing that such a notification. Obviously, going back to the obstruction issue, there are issues in terms of like someone being able to get a warrant, et cetera, in terms of the federal government, and we can't obstruct on that issue. But I think part of that is at least when people are coming to the city to look at that, recognizing, where there is a place where, and for the employees itself, where it's lawful to enter, where it's not lawful to enter, where a warrant would be needed. And that's part of the training process as well. And I don't know if staff had anything else to add to that.
Well, if we were to do something like that, wouldn't we have an appropriate municipal code cited on that sign as well?
Oh, you don't, Honorable Mayor, you don't need to have necessarily a municipal code. I mean, part of this, if someone were to go into and barge into private areas of cities' offices, that could constitute a trespass. So signage a lot of times is a good deterrent. A good example where you'll see such signage is, having signage for First Amendment auditors sometimes. Yes, they can tape all day long, public counters, areas like that, but they're not permitted to go video and going into people's cubicles and behind the scenes. So part of that signage is to basically recognize where there's a certain demarcation line.
I guess my imagination just went to false sense of security for somebody who felt at risk and thinking, we're good here. And where you guys don't seem to pay much attention to any kind of jurisdiction, so.
I will say one point, Honorable Mayor, it's a fair point you raise, at least in terms of other cities, and city legal counsel's attorneys, what their one worry about is, that statement exactly. No one wants to give a false sense of security.
Correct.
I mean, we talked about the power of the federal government and really the limitations we have. So we are doing the best we can with our limitations. I think when you're looking at what we can do, we have much less power on the enforcement side or preventing the enforcement side. We have much more ability on the social side, providing social support. So that's a fair point.
And Mayor, I would also just say, I think we've also heard from some of our city staff members just sort of differentiating between where private staff areas are and where public areas are, so that they feel more comfortable about where they can basically tell people not to come. And so it's not just for ICE agents, but for other folks, so that there's, delineation between private staff areas and signage in that respect. So it's not just this, which would say, civil immigration enforcement, but also signs delineating private staff areas, which would require warrants to enter.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Claire. I'm not particularly convinced that somebody in the general public that felt at risk wouldn't feel confused by that, at the very least. So, if there are no more questions from council, we'll go to public comment on this. All right, very good. Thank you. We'll start out with Beckett Staubs. Think I got that right?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Beckett, and today I would like to talk about Agenda Item 15 and express my support for its adoption. I want to note that I'm speaking on behalf of many individuals who cannot make it today because of the timing of this meeting, but who are definitely concerned about ICE in our communities and these flock cameras in specific. I am particularly interested in Section 1 regarding data privacy and non-cooperation. The city currently has a contract with the company Flock, who provides the local police department with ALPR cameras, or automatic license plate readers. These Flock cameras have been proven to collect more than just license plate data, including data on movements of individuals. So I believe that the contract with Flock should be canceled if the council members elect to pass this resolution as a result of Flock's ability to sell private data and their negligence in protecting the data that they collect. Research has shown that one such entity that has been able to access this data is ICE, who has used this data to make our communities, especially our immigrant neighbors, less safe. This is in direct contradiction to this resolution, which does not allow for any contractor of the city to share data with federal agencies. Going forward, I believe that the city should not allow for any contracts to be reached with private ALPR camera companies, and even believe that a public choice should be heavily researched before being adopted to not breach citizens' Fourth Amendment right to privacy. And then lastly, canceling the contract with Flock is not the end. Flock cameras are private property, and therefore they will remain in place, continuing to collect data. These cameras will need to be covered up after we cancel the contract. And I think we should have the city arrange that. Yes, so I strongly urge the City Council to adopt this resolution to make our community safer, and thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker is Larry Barrett.
Mayor Rouse, pursuant to conversation earlier with City Administrator Kelly McAdoo, I ask permission to speak for 5 minutes.
Ms. McAdoo?
I mean, I think that's at the council's discretion if the council wishes to grant Mr. Barrett extra time to speak.
Okay, I'll just go with a nod of heads. Okay, Mr. Barrett, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, Chief Gordon, members of the council. I'm Larry Barrett, representing Indivisible Santa Barbara. Following the ICE SBPD interaction on the east side on January 28th, City Administration initiated meetings with community groups where Indivisible Santa Barbara was included by invitation of groups such as 805 on DocuFund, Cause, and SB Resista. While I've discussed the comments I'm going to make today with those groups, you should please consider these comments to be those of Indivisible alone. I acknowledge the talent, hard work, and good faith of everyone involved with the city in this process. In particular, express gratitude for the way City Administration strove to include our ideas in this resolution. So today we recommend the adoption of much of this resolution with a few changes and with Section 5 removed. We ask Council to direct the city to revise Section 5 pursuant to suggestions we make here. While the resolution covers a number of topics, I'll focus on 3: data security, immigration enforcement access to city facilities, and SBPD interaction with federal immigration agents. On data security, Section 1 takes state law prohibiting law enforcement sharing of personal data, extends this prohibition to all city employees, as well as city contractors. This may be existing city policy, but it's welcome nonetheless. Section 1 also prohibits the city from entering into arrangements with federal contractors to provide data access to support immigration enforcement. We welcome this provision, though we ask you to ask the city attorney exactly what it means. We do not understand how you would identify a federal contractor. We recommend instead that the city be barred from entering into contracts with entities known by the city to share data with immigration enforcement. Regarding the Flock contract,
Again, we do seek further review, the city has mentioned, to be expedited. A second portion of the resolution addresses immigration enforcement access to non-public areas of the city. I'm pleased to report that Section 2 prohibits this access, with exceptions only where required by law or in case of an emergency. This is a dramatic improvement over the earlier version of this provision, and we read it to prohibit a repeat of the incident where the police allowed an ICE vehicle access to its private parking lot. The third area of the resolution I want to address is Section 5, which addresses the role of SBPD when immigration enforcement is active in the city. Here, we simply have not made enough progress for us to recommend the inclusion of this section in the resolution, and we urge you to remove this section for further work. My colleague Ian Page will have more to say on this, but significantly, Section 5 fails to provide the mandatory reporter language many of you asked for that would require officers to report observed ICE misconduct to appropriate authorities. Section 5 fails to stress the importance of protecting our constitutional rights, including the right to observe and record ICE activity. Its language would permit activity we seek to restrict, such as police forming protective cordons around ICE operations. It also continues to equate the importance of protecting life with that of protecting property, when one clearly has a priority over the other. We ask this resolution attempt to identify that in this resolution that SBPD attempt to identify all federal agents on the scene of an enforcement action, to aggressively secure medical care for injured members of the public, and to act as the mandatory reporter you've all mentioned. We ask you to direct city administration to go back to the drawing board to craft rules to guide SBPD to act for the protection of the public and to avoid any cooperation or appearance of cooperation with ICE. To conclude, our progress on this resolution has been slow. Our work on this project is incomplete. But while I am not known for optimism, I truly believe we're going to arrive at a series of resolutions we can all be proud of. So I urge you to say yes to the best of this resolution and send the rest back to the city and community partners like us for further work consistent with the recommendations we've made here. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you, all involved. This is not the first city I've ever worked with, but this was without a doubt the most talented and dedicated staff that I've ever experienced. And I'm truly grateful to have had the kind of access I've had. Thanks again.
Thank you. Ian Page.
Good afternoon. Mayor, City Council, City Administrator, Police Chief, City Attorney. I echo a lot of the comments of my colleague Larry Barrett and say that it is an incontrovertible fact that we must deal with a presidency and an administration rife with lies. It is well known that the violent members of ICE lie to the public, they lie to the media, they even lie to the courts. They lie about the violence that they inflict on people. The current proposed resolution gives ICE the shield of hiding behind the supremacy clause of federal law, the law that no one can impede ICE in the performance of their duties. But I ask you, when a member of ICE goes beyond the law, when they attack people who are doing nothing more than exercising a constitutional right, when these people are speaking out and recording what is happening right in front of them, when ICE violently attacks them, have they not given up the protection of the supremacy clause? Are we then impeding them from doing immigration enforcement, or have they left immigration enforcement behind and now started to commit a crime? Our police must not subserviently create a protective cordon around ICE and act like they are collaborating with ICE and against our Santa Barbara residents. If ICE is committing a crime like using bear spray or physical violence right there on a law-abiding member of the public and in front of our police officers, why are you saying in the proposed resolution in Section 5A that SBPD may take reasonable actions? Why are the citizens of Minneapolis more courageous than the City Council proposed resolution? California law has made it clear in Government Code 7286 that a peace officer must intervene when they see another officer using excessive force. When ICE agents clearly, thuggishly, and illegally use unreasonable violence, why not have the courage to resolve to follow Government Code Section 7286 and Penal Code Section 835A and empower our SBPD with the authority to decide that what they are seeing is unreasonable and beyond the scope of the enforcement of immigration law? They can stand up to ICE when they illegally and violently do these acts right in front of us. Despite the mismatched, irregular, and thrift store uniforms say that ICE are police, ICE are not police. They are immigration enforcement agents. They do not take the oath that our police officers take.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. The proposed resolution with respect to 5 is weak, and I agree with my colleague that it should be subjected to further and strengthening and reference.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have some speakers online on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have four raised hands. We have Jacqueline Inda, Brendan Calloway, Nicole Iaquinto, and Chelsea Lancaster. Jacqueline Inda, please go ahead.
Mayor, and members of the council, my name is Jacqueline Carlson, and I'm representing the Restorative Justice Education Center at Casa de la Raza, an agency that has not been involved in the private conversations that have happened to create this resolution. I ask that you consider to put more teeth behind something, rather than just create a resolution, to really look at an ordinance that will protect you and protect your community in public spaces, but not just public spaces, the spaces that belong to you as the city of Santa Barbara. You have spaces in which customs enforcement has come in and entered, providing unsafe environments for the people that you currently have authority to protect. I ask that you consider looking at an ordinance that can have more teeth than just a simple resolution. Why? Because it's your responsibility to provide safety. And when you turn the other way from people being victimized in your actual properties, then you look at lawsuits that are class action. I ask that you consider creating safe spaces in places that actually belong to the city, where you have the authority and the legal responsibility to provide safety above and beyond what the police department can do. Thank you, and I appreciate for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brendan Calloway. Brendan Calloway, please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. This proposed resolution and the amendments that have been recommended by the other speakers is an excellent step forward in protecting our community. I am in full support of it, and I urge you to vote in its favor. I agree with everyone who has spoken out about how to strengthen this resolution and provide greater protections to our community. For now, I want to focus primarily on one small issue. This resolution does not take any steps to close the biggest gap in the city's ongoing collaboration with ICE flock cameras. There is privately owned and operated surveillance equipment present in our city, which records our community members and makes their data available to any federal agency, including ICE. While this resolution disallows the city of Santa Barbara from directly or intentionally providing this data to ICE, the corporate surveillance cameras in the city have no such restrictions, regardless of the city's stance on the matter. Having a contract with Flock gives them access to our data and the ability to pass that data on to ICE. Despite the requirements laid out in this resolution, or any requirements in our contract with Flock, Flock as a company is well known to share data with the Department of Homeland Security, who then go on to share it with ICE. It is these acts of data sharing that have led so many of our neighboring cities and other cities across the country to cancel their contracts with Flock. I urge you to continue pressing this issue to prevent federal access and federal interference in Santa Barbara's community police work, and to preserve our police department's priority to protect and defend our community members. This resolution is a great start and should be passed, but if you really want this effort to be meaningful, then you need to also address the issue of Flock cameras by canceling the city's contract with Flock and covering Flock's cameras where they have already been installed. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nicole Iaquinto. Nicole Iaquinto, please go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Nicole Iaquinto, and I want to thank you all for this hard work and begin by expressing my support for this resolution in regards to item 15. I think it reflects something very deeply important, not just legally, but for the health of our entire community. It recognizes that public safety depends on trust, and that trust is only possible when people feel safe. So one line in particular stood out to me, and that was the commitment that residents should be able to report crimes, seek services, and engage with local government without fear that their information will be used for immigration enforcement. And I think that principle is essential. And that is exactly why I feel compelled to speak tonight about the Flock cameras as well. So while this resolution limits how city departments share data, it does not fully address the surveillance systems collecting that data in the first place. Flock cameras do more than just read license plates. They capture vehicles, movements, the patterns of daily life. And once that data exists, the question is no longer just whether it can be shared, but whether it can be accessed, requested, or used in ways that undermine the protections this very resolution is trying to establish. And I think that many in our community, especially immigrant families, for them, the presence of surveillance alone can create fear. And even when protections exist on paper, people don't always trust that those protections will hold. And we have seen with our own eyes that they have not when it comes to ICE. And when that trust erodes, people will stop reporting crimes, stop seeking help, and they will withdraw from public life. And that makes all of us less safe. So this resolution is about building trust. And I believe we all want that. However, if we are serious about the values that are expressed at our city council meetings, we must also ask whether technologies like Flock cameras are consistent with those values. So I urge you to pass this resolution, to take the next step by examining how surveillance technologies in our city may be impacting the very trust you're working to build. And ultimately, I hope the city council will cancel the contract with Flock, for the evidence consistently shows that investments in community-based violence interruption programs, along with access to stable housing, mental health services, and community-based policing build trust. They lead to higher reporting rates and stronger long-term public safety outcomes than the ALPR systems. And at the end of the day, we need more human-centered solutions to keep Santa Barbara safe, not more easily hackable surveillance systems that are ripe for abuse. Thank you for your time and for your hard work. You're very much appreciated.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll move it back to council for comment. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the public commenters reminded me of something. So even if we do cancel our contract, the equipment would have to stay up. Is that right?
Mayor, Councilwoman
No.
Gutierrez, not to my knowledge under the contract. It's been a couple of weeks since I looked at it, but I think they are in public spaces. We do control those public spaces in the public right of way, so we have the ability to take that down or require Flock to retrieve their equipment.
Okay, because it seems like other communities, they had authority to leave the equipment up and they had to physically cover them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, Councilmember Gutierrez, I wouldn't know about what other communities did, but I do know that if we canceled it, it's our contracts, we can require them to take it down, and if not, potentially us take it down and hold it for a period of time under the California Civil Code of 90 days and for them to retrieve it if need be.
Okay, if we can look into that, just so that we know for sure.
Sure.
Because I don't trust that even if we end our contract, that they're not going to keep using those cameras, just based off of other instances where people thought their cameras were not being used and they still are.
So yeah, to answer, we could either ask them to retrieve their equipment, or if not, take it down, hold it, allow them to retrieve it without being it up. And if not, then follow the civil code in terms of abandoned property.
So this next question is a little out there, but just do your best to humor me here. So let's say there's an undocumented person who witnessed a crime and they qualify for witness protection. Now, does this technology, can that still identify this person regardless of them being in witness protection, and then the company can then send that information to whoever they feel fit?
Chief Gordon, you want to make a response?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, I just want to be clear what information FLOC captures. FLOC only captures the vehicle and the license plate number of the vehicle. It doesn't actually have any access to relate that to who is the registered owner of that vehicle or anything else, and it doesn't capture who is inside that vehicle at all. So the information that we get from FLOC is we would take that vehicle description, that plate, and then we would use our actual legitimate state resources that we use through CLETS, and we would run that vehicle to determine the registered owner for our own investigative purposes. But that's not information that is stored by FLOC or that FLOC has or any of that system has. So there's no way for that FLOC system to actually identify someone that is in the witness protection program or someone's immigration status or anything else. That's not how that system is used. I know there's concerns about other software systems, and I think that's where it starts to get a little more convoluted and more difficult because there's a lot of different software systems out there, but FLOC does not have the ability to know who that driver is. It's not then relating that to immigration status in any way at all.
So I've gone to, just like several of my colleagues here, I've gone to conferences for city councils where there's a variety of different vendors. One of those vendors was FLOC, and I remember having a specific conversation with them about that technology years ago, before all of this ever happened. And they were boasting about how their technology can recognize faces. It can even recognize gaits in the way that people walk. Like it could recognize the way you walk and identify you that way as well. So I hear what you're saying, Chief, that's not what we're getting from them, but what I'm asking is, does that technology still have the ability to do that? Because if it does, I would bet that they're using it.
That's not the type of technology we have. We have specific to, there are different types of FLOC system. There's FLOC systems that I think one of the public commenters referred to where, commercial, businesses can buy different types that are not ALPR that capture different types of data. But specifically for us, we're capturing the automated license plate reader system. There's other systems out there. There's other software that can recognize, walks. They can recognize facial features. There's a lot of different software systems out there. So I don't want to digress into.
And I would also just say, this isn't actually on the agenda today. I mean, the agenda item is the immigration resolution. I know we're going to bring back the conversation about the FLOC cameras. So I just would and I look at the city attorney, I just want to be careful about diving too deep into the technology. But we do not have the technology that recognizes faces, bodies, people. That's not, we don't have any of that technology currently in use. That's not the flock technology that we have.
I just want to ask you all to double check, because I doubt they're sending out certain models of their cameras. They're making cameras in bulk that can do everything at once. Whether we're asking for it to do that is a different story. I'm just saying that the technology's there, and I just want to make sure that that's clear.
One minute, Mr.
I'll ask another.
Mr. Doimus wanted to intercede. Just 1 second.
No, just thank you, Honorable Mayor Rock. No, just to reiterate the point, because we did hear from public comment and the questioning, the concerns about not just Flock, but any company sharing information, and we hear you. And one of the reasons why this is we have, like I mentioned, we have a different process if we want to terminate that, and we will bring that to council potentially in August to go through that termination process. But like I said, we've done audits ourselves, and the chief can discuss any questions. We have, so that's why we wanted to separate that, because of at least, we ourselves, but there may be other incidences in other communities, we should really focus on what information that we have, not second, third hand. But the appropriate forum would be bringing that back as separate versus tying a company and tying that to immigration enforcement. So, and I recognize Councilmember Gutierrez, you're going to get to that point. So I think I interrupted around the same time you were going to change topics. So
you're fine.
Sorry
I'm
about that.
I'm gonna save my questions for us offline. The rest of my questions. So thanks.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll give you an opportunity to admonish me too, just real quickly, because I just don't understand why we're agonizing ourselves with the camera issue that keeps coming up in conjunction with this issue, and we just don't resolve that very simply. Just stop it and move on. It just seems like it just adds gasoline to the fire. I'm probably just like Oscar. I feed myself a steady diet of crazy British police and terrorist movies on streaming, where they can tell you where he's going, where he's been, do that thing on their face. They know who they are, and I annoy my wife and say, well, every science fiction movie in my life that I've seen has started to come true, if it's not already come true. So, I agree. There's some validity to that, but I don't often get a place where you can look at the nodding heads all together. It's more like you and me, and I don't know if there's other thing, but I just wish we'd separate this and resolve the easy one. Just resolve it, turn it off, get rid of it, go away. I don't care if you cancel the contract or not, just don't use them anymore, and then move on and solve the bigger problem.
And I can let the chief maybe speak to it. I think the concern is that it has helped solve some pretty significant crimes in the city, and I think we don't want to have our department left without that tool, including the stabbing on State Street during Fiesta last year. So, it was able to track a vehicle, and I can let the chief speak to that. So I think that's the concern we're having is, it is a tool that is useful, and so leaving without an alternative, if the council directs us to cancel the contract, we'll cancel the contract. That's obviously up to the council, but I just also want to just make sure that we're looking at it holistically and not just making a decision on something that actually is a tool that has helped us solve crimes in this community without the full story. So happy to take direction from the council, but I just want everyone to have the full picture.
Mr. Attorney.
And just for Brown Act purposes, because I'm giving a little leeway on the issue, I think we've heard clearly from council they want to see the flock issue brought back. We have that. We'll work on a plan. We'll work on alternatives. So there's a transition. So we've heard council very clearly. So just to avoid any further Brown Act issues, because this is more on immigration enforcement versus a flock camera, a particular company. We've heard that. Let us do that action coming up in the next weeks and all that. So just for the safest from a procedural standpoint. Thank you.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to just for a second take the word immigrant out of the conversation, acknowledging that we're all immigrants, and aside from our indigenous peoples who've been here since time immemorial. And I think if we take the word immigrant out, not of the resolution, but just for the purposes right here for my comments, we're entirely on the same team. We need to keep public spaces safe. If you don't add for immigrants who might be legal or not legal or have committed this or have a warrant or that, if you just leave it as, for the purpose of my comments, we need to keep public spaces safe. We're united in this. We have the same goal. Community has the same goal. Police officers are sworn to uphold that same goal. We all have that same goal. If we say we don't support actions that make our community less safe or harm our community, and we don't tack on that it's qualified by for someone with immigration status or not immigration status, we're all on the same team. That's community, that's us, that's PD, that's everyone. We don't support actions that make our community less safe or harm our community. It's clear. We don't want public institutions to be used for illegal actions of intimidation. That's clear. We don't want schools, hospitals, parking lots to be used to create fear. We don't want people to feel unsafe accessing services or reporting crimes or getting the help that they need or giving help, going to work, going to serve other people. We always often talk about people in our community getting services or getting things. These are also the givers of all the things equally in our community. If we take that word out or that qualifier out, it's so clear that of course you can't use our schools or our parking lots or our public institutions to do illegal things against people. That's just so clear. We're on the same team. This isn't a trying to direct PD to do something you aren't already sworn and risking your lives to do every single day. We're united. We are the same. We also took an oath, a sworn oath, to protect. I'll speak for myself out of this role as a teacher. We take an oath. I will put my body between an active shooter and my students, and I take that seriously. That's real. And it doesn't matter. Someone doesn't have to tell me to do that. That is the oath that we're all taking, is protecting our community. I don't believe we have any obligation to protect illegal actions, overstepping actions. We have absolutely no obligation to allow anyone to use excessive force on anyone. We can take out the words federal agent, ICE agent, immigrant, does not matter. We have no obligation to support, to protect, to allow any of this activity. On the opposite, I think we have an obligation to step between. We have an obligation to stand up for people who are living in fear, justifiably. As of today, 387 people taken in the Tri-Counties area, 97 people in the city of Santa Barbara. There's fewer than that people in this room. And what if someone came in and took every single one of us and took us away? And who knows to where, or with what legal protections, or with what information. This is entirely unacceptable. And I don't see that this is I'm not interested in this resolution, to be frank. This should be so in our DNA, in everything we do, in everywhere we go. This isn't something that needs to be wordsmithed word for word of, oh yes, this is supreme in this case and not in that case. Let's be human beings and just do what we know is the right thing to do. We're in a moment of history here that I think if we all thought back on other moments in history like that, we all thought, of course we wouldn't stand by while little children were being taken, or while Gestapo or other agencies that had some official name were given supreme rights. I mean, strike Section 5, fine. I have no interest in codifying weakness. I believe we have way more strength in this, and I believe we have way more obligation than this in our internal moral codes. And so it doesn't matter to me, is this resolution or another resolution or what words we put in or not. Please, let's not give words to that actually any agency or human being that is acting excessively with fear, intimidation, and not legally, that they not be allowed to do that, whoever that is, and take out the idea that if it's federal agents, a federal agent can't act illegally, a local agent can't, a human being can't, none of us can. That's the whole point of laws. This falls short, and I think I'm not sure it ever will be the championing document of human decency, because this isn't about trying to I don't want to tell the police what to do. That was never my intention. And honestly, when it came back as like, we don't have the right or the authority to tell police what to do, well, gee whiz, I didn't think I was wrestling something out of something else. I thought we were collectively sitting down together and with community members and saying, we all have a problem here because our people are in fear and not coming to school. I can tell you from my classrooms, they are not furthering their lives. We as people are not thriving because of this. And we as people need to have the common decency about it. I just don't really know what else to say. Don't care about this resolution. I care about us. I mean, I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do if faced with inhumane actions. I hope that's what we would all do and not have to have it written in some code here. A note about flock, and I know it's not agendized, but when it comes back, there are volunteers getting up and patrolling to protect community. And part of what they're doing is risking themselves, driving around, tracking license plate numbers, and sharing that information with each other. And the irony is not lost on me that we have this flock system that has the ability to track license plate numbers and could be used for good to help. Let us know. Oh yes, there's these illegal actors, agents, are in our community, and this is where they are. Instead, you have volunteers every single morning driving around like needle in a haystack, trying to protect people and checking license plates and verifying information. And this is readily available to us with this flock system, but we're using it against and not for. So that'll come up when it comes back. But we're the same team. We're all the same team. We all want to help everybody and keep people safe.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Everything you said, I wholeheartedly agree. And I maybe I should backtrack a second, because I do want to thank our city staff. I know that you've all been working in good faith with community partners on, how far could we technically go within the legal bounds that we have. I don't think a resolution is ever going to be enough. I think it's important that we recognize that. The A resolution is not going to build back the trust that the community has already lost. It's a good effort, and I think it's a good start. I would be in favor of either removing Section 5 or amending it, which we could discuss that a bit further, but I do feel really torn because this is something that I want to support us moving forward, but I also don't want to give a false sense of completion. I don't want us to sign off on this resolution and say, okay, well, we did it, and then those are all the efforts, and, you know, it ends here. And so I just want to preface everything I'm about to say with that, because whatever we do with this resolution, whether we pass it or not, it cannot be the end of the conversation. And I would hope that our city staff, I think, agrees on that. This cannot be the end. I'll go through just a very few quick points of amendments that I would like to suggest. Before I do that, I wanted to ask our city attorney about, during public comment, some of the government code and penal codes that were mentioned. I don't know if you caught the numbers, but I did, if this would be helpful. But Government Code 7286 and Penal Code Section 835A. Can you speak a little bit to how those could be used by our local police or our city so that we can be within the bounds while still making sure that we are, you know, keeping public safety?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Maria, to highlight that point, I think it's comments that you and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon kind of said, and just being practical and real with council, you know, a resolution is an important document, but if you look at it from our hierarchy, and I'll get to the question in a second, if you look at it from our hierarchy, you have the charter, immunity code, and you have a resolution. We've had difficulty sometimes in litigation getting courts to take judicial notice and recognize the municipal code. So it just shows at the level of resolution it is. It's more of, in some ways, as I talked about, it's more of a symbolic gesture. I think that's where some of this tone of the conversation is, right? It's a symbolic gesture of the efforts the city are taking. It's not something to hold up as some Magna Carta that we can like really be bound to. And to answer then now your question, there are other statutes, codes, laws that the police department are required to follow, that the chief can get into if she wants to, and that we recognize that the state DOJ has the ability to prosecute. Though, we could be here for an hour talking about that. Those are the things that have the teeth. You know, those are the things that a resolution, again, being frank, is never going to have the teeth that I think what the ideology of everyone here is about. It's those other laws and points that will do that. And part of that is, too, recognizing that we really need the state to take a lead on it. Mm-hmm. They are passing bills. There was on the April 14th discussion of the new amendment to the No Secret Police Act, including now state police. Mm-hmm. But I've urged the California League of Cities, too, to give us guidance, not just on the law, but who's expected to enforce on it. Give us the practicality. Are we really supposed to be arresting officers, ICE agents on the field? Or are we supposed to be forwarding this to the DOJ? We need that guidance, too. We can't, as a city, be left to hang out to dry on this. So I think to answer, there are countless other things out there that can be used and utilized and recognized, whether it's utilized in lawsuits, whether it's utilized by the tip of the spear, the state DOJ. You know, those are things that, you know, go above and beyond us here. Sure. That can really kind of address the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus. Let's take a look. Procedurally, I guess this would also be a question for you, but procedurally, if we wanted to amend parts of the resolution, would we be sending it back as a whole, or can we amend things here on the dais and adopt it that way, or what would be the best way to do that?
I think our preference would be just if there's amendments you would like to make based on the feedback. I think, you know, we've talked with our community partners. If the council would like to remove Section 5, we're committed to continuing the conversation with all of them. And so I think we can make whatever edits are needed today and adopt the resolution. And if there's additional work or additional changes, we can always bring it back at a later date.
Okay. Okay, thank you. In that case, I'd like to put forward a couple of changes for consideration. Give me 1 second. I'm just grabbing my notes. So I'll start with some of the things that were mentioned by public comments. So Section 5, not having any language about our officers being mandated reporters when they see use of excessive force. And so I think adding language around that would be important so that the community feels that if a police officer is around, at least they can rest assured that officer will report. And it doesn't have to fall on the person getting abused to do that, although they could. Another point made in our public comments, Section 5 doesn't stress our constitutional rights, including our right to record, right to observe from a distance. And so I think just having some language in there that clarifies that. And again, I think we're all aware that this resolution is not asking for anything new. This is all in line with the California Valleys Act. It's all in line with what's already what our police officers' duties are. We're just re-emphasizing what is happening, and so, or what we want to see out in the field. And so, let me go back really quickly. So yeah, I think Section 5 does need to have some reworking. Ms. McAdoo, do you think you would need to take this back to work out that language, or do you have language that we could implement today? What do you?
I mean, I think what the recommendation from our community partners was is we would just basically take this Section 5 out for the time being to work on it. In terms of mandatory reporting, I mean, I think that requires a little more legal research than what we have right now, have time to look at. So so that would be my recommendation, is that we just sort of, if the council wants to adopt the resolution today, we remove Section 5, but the city attorney looks like he wants to say something as well.
Mr. Attorney?
Thank you for that, and thank you for the comments. It's really been helpful for council. If there's one section from a legal perspective that has made me the most uneasy, and it's kind of weird how a consensus got developed, is Section 5. My suggestion is just to eliminate it. And the reason why it made me most legally queasy is because that's when you start getting into the charter and the administrative direction and the confusion on all these issues, because we're not going to be able to pinpoint in a resolution all these actions or expectations an officer has. That's within the institution that is already created in the police department. That is within the Santa Barbara Police Department policies. That's within state law. That's within federal law. There are so many sources, and so what adds to confusion is by including some to then the confusion of the exclusion of others. No. Where the true source of how we are supposed to operate in the field, how we're supposed to deal with everything, comes from the exact opposite of the issue that the community is concerned, through our training, through our policies, through the adherence of all that. So if anything, looking back, if I can give retrospect to this, 5 causes more confusion and issues than good, and it's probably just best we don't include anything on 5. And we work with our community partners, not in a resolution, but the other steps we've talked about, and omit that and just continue on in a relationship with the community, the police department. I don't mean to get political at all. It's just reiterating comments that you as council and the city administrator and the chief has said to that issue. And it makes at least the most efficient sense to do so. So versus worrying about what 5 has or does not have or adding it, it's just easier to just take that out.
Okay, so just to clarify, your recommendation would be for us to take Section 5 out and work out that language through a different method that's not a resolution.
Whatever processes, community engagement, all that stuff, correct. And then just adopt the ordinance as is, or if there's some other minor changes that could be done on the fly. I think it's best if we can work on it to make any kind of changes we need to here and now and get it passed, would be my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of quick suggestions. For Section 1, there's language that says providing information to federal immigration authorities for purposes of civil immigration enforcement, and just removing the word immigration, so it says to prohibit providing information to federal authorities for purposes of civil immigration enforcement in case federal immigration authorities are using other agencies as liaisons. And so just removing that. Section 3 is about regional cooperation, and Chief, I just wanted to confirm with you, our local police department does not seem to be sharing data with Sheriff Bill Brown. Is that correct?
We don't share, I'm sorry, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Maria, we don't share data with any outside agencies specific to I think probably we're going back to flock conversation. We don't share data outside the city when it comes to that. The data that we share would be related to specific criminal investigations. We require partnerships to solve crimes. You know, it's often where someone may commit a crime like a robbery here in the city of Santa Barbara and also commits that series of, could be in Santa Maria or other parts of the county. So that's, we have that intercooperation between agencies in order for public safety to solve crimes, but we don't specifically just allow any open access to our data, whether it's the sheriff's department or anyone else. It has to be specific to a particular investigation, and there's requirements and very specific policy on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Could I ask, Chief, with this resolution, I know that, you know, we're not really asking for anything new. This is just a reaffirmation and sort of a wordsmithing of the department's values and the city's values. What will it look like from your perspective as your department responds to federal agents within the city when they use excessive force? We see that really often. I don't necessarily anticipate that there will be a huge change in maybe what we're seeing out in the field, but I just wanted to get a sense from you of what can the public expect when police officers are witnessing use of excessive force by federal agents?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santa Maria, I think there's two different kind of perceptions that currently we talk about. Is most of the time, and what we've already seen is those actions have already been taken by the time we get there. So we respond after pepper spray has been deployed or after someone is taken into custody. So we don't have when we arrive, we don't have the ability to have all the information. It's just like we conduct an investigation even when one of our officers is involved in a use of force. We get witness statements. We do all these particular things and conduct a full investigation. So that's very different than if we arrive and the force is happening at the time.
Right.
So if the force is happening at the time, we're going to try to step in and de-escalate that situation. That is our goal. So whether or not, you know, what that looks like after the fact depends on the circumstances. Okay. If we feel like there is excessive force that's what we would consider something that is prosecutable, there's a whole investigation that would have to happen. Sure. It should never be the public's or the community's expectation that we're going to suddenly just place handcuffs on the federal agent in that moment. There has to be a whole process that goes with it. It doesn't mean we won't address it. We certainly will address it, and if we feel it's appropriate, we will take all that information and we will go to the Attorney General's office. You know, if we had an officer-involved shooting that involved a federal agent here in the city, that's who we would ask to investigate it, would be the California DOJ. So that's where we would work in partnership with the other, you know, law enforcement and prosecuting agencies, whether that's the DA's office, whether that's California DOJ. It's very nuanced based on the circumstances that we're faced with, but I think that's the difference is most of the time we arrive, everything has already happened.
Sure.
And we're now trying to look back and figure out what happened and take witness statements and piece that all together, which often cannot be done in that moment, because then we'll get video, we'll get all the different pieces, and then we have to piece it all together.
Right.
If we, like I said, and if we arrive and it's happening, then we're going to try to de-escalate it and create a safety in that moment for everyone involved, and then we will determine what investigative steps need to be taken.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a quick follow-up to that. It makes complete sense. If you're arriving after the fact, I mean, obviously that has to go through an investigation, but if we have our own Santa Barbara police officers that are witnessing the use of excessive force, they're there and they see it start happening. When you talk about de-escalating, what does that look like?
That's going to be to try to stop the excessive, whatever is excessively happening. We're going to try to intervene so that force stops. Same thing, unfortunately, if we, you know, one of our officers and we had one of our officers arrive and one of our officers was using excessive force, we would step in to try to end that force that's being used, take the person that force is being used against, get them medical attention, figure out what's going on and why the situation has unfolded the way it has. But the goal in that very moment is to stop the force from happening. And I can't give you you know, we're not going to go over and place the agent in handcuffs because that's going to escalate differently. So we're going to try to remove the agent, separate the parties, figure out what's going on, provide medical attention, and then conduct the appropriate investigation. We're not just going to ignore it and walk away, ever. That's part of that duty to intercede. We're never just going to ignore it and allow it to continue.
Okay. Thank you. That's really informative. I think it's important that even if the public is not satisfied with what the police response is, I think it's important that we understand what it is. Because I think there's also misconceptions about what would happen if police officers show up. I won't put you on the hot seat anymore. Those are just the questions I had. Thank you. Just a couple of brief comments. Actually, one more question, sorry. One more logistical question. Other than the resolution, when we talk about, as we're working out the language in Section 5 or the flock cameras, that's a contractual thing. And then language in Section 5 and other amendments or direction we may want to give, what are other methods that the public should be aware of that are not a resolution? Other than, meetings with community members, but what else, what other avenues does the community have?
I mean, I think the community is always welcome to reach out to myself and the chief with feedback, concerns, questions. That is always an avenue that's available. I think we've made ourselves very accessible, open to meetings, and happy to, if there are specific community groups that have not been included in the conversation, happy to talk to those groups as well. So I think that's probably the best way, is we don't know if we don't hear the concerns. So if someone isn't sharing thoughts or questions, or this came up, it's hard for us to know. There's a lot of things to keep track of going on in the city, and so it's really helpful for us to have those direct engagements and conversations. Also Barbara Anderson serves as our independent police monitor. Folks can always reach out to her and share concerns or questions through that avenue as well.
And I just want to reiterate, it's been having that opportunity to answer the questions more than anything, I think, because I think there becomes a lot of misinformation that's out there.
Sure.
And so being able to talk about what our policies are, how we train, and what we actually do, a lot of that we share at the Fire and Police Commission. But I think the more conversations that we can have, and the more that people feel like they can just come forward and ask those questions, that is really helpful. We had a lot of folks call and ask questions after the last incident, and we answer all those calls. You can leave a message, someone will call you back so that we can talk about it, because I think that is part of that, and explaining what our policy, what our training is, and how that's also evolved, I think is important. We try to put everything on the website. We try to make sure it's all translated, but all of those pieces are super important to us. That's why we do Spanish-speaking community academy and those pieces, and we're going to continue to lean into that. So for us, it's not just about this issue, it's our community engagement, it's our training, it's our policies, it's our overall how we respond. Because to Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem's point, Sneddon, it's not just about how we respond to this, it's about how we respond to everything, and it's about how we treat everyone all the time. And I appreciate that point, because that's how all of our policies are designed and our training is designed. So I think that's just a point I would like to make, is it's about how we provide fair, equitable, compassionate service, no matter who we're serving. So I just put that out there as part of that, because I think that's an important distinction to make.
And Councilmember Santa Maria, sorry to add on, but I really wanted to acknowledge that we are as accessible as we need to be to meet folks where they feel most comfortable and safe to be in dialogue with us. So it's less about them reaching out to us, but if they want to invite us into their spaces, we welcome the opportunity to sit with folks, again, where they feel safest. And that dialogue for us, we know, is much more profound if we're meeting them in that environment. So the invitation goes both ways. I just want everyone to know who's listening in that it's not about them coming to us. It's about us coming to them as well.
Thank you all. I appreciate all your comments on that. One of the questions I often get from the public is who, especially because the resolution doesn't really have tangible directives for what our police officers would do, and we've already explained why we're not doing that, but for the public to know, that is because the administrative or operational duties, that falls under the jurisdiction of the city administrator and our chief of police. Is that correct?
Correct. I think, as we've explained, the form of government that the city of Santa Barbara operates under is the council, city administrator form of government. Our city charter was established by the voters, and that basically creates a buffer between the elected officials and the administrative service, of which the police department is one arm of that. And so, there were many concerns earlier in this century, last century, sorry, about corruption and, political machines and bribes and favors and people using police officers to protect their personal homes. And so this form of government was established to create that sort of, that buffer and a more professionalized system of government. Obviously, we don't have those issues here. I think all our elected officials are all very ethical and do not fall in that camp, but that was where this form of government came from. And so that basically the council gives me direction and sets policy, but then basically I direct the administrative service as a result of our charter.
Thank you, Ms. McAdoo. I think that's important to highlight, because as we collectively as a community, as we go along with this process, I think it's important to know where do we direct our concerns so that they can actually be heard and we can answer to them. So I do encourage the public to communicate with our staff if there are issues or concerns relating to the operational aspect of our police department or our police officers. The resolution, I'll be honest that I'm extremely grateful for our staff and all the time that it put in, but it's never going to be enough. I think we've all kind of reached that conclusion, and because there's only so much that we can do within our legal framework. But I do see the resolution striking a balance between sort of setting the expectations from the elected body and then now placing the responsibility on our city administrator, on our chief of police to carry that out, because I see really productive conversations happening here at the higher level with community partners. But now the real test is going to be, what does the community see out in the field? And making sure that our community feels that what we say in these chambers and what is said in these meetings is actually translating to the behavior out there. And, as an elected official, I hear a mix. Some people think that, yeah, the police is doing exactly as is being directed here at council, and others think that it's not necessarily going that way. And so it's unfortunate that trust cannot be legislated, but we can set a foundation on how we can guide our department forward. And of course, us as elected officials, we don't have the ability to direct how our police department operates, but we do recognize that responsibility now lies with our city administrator and chief of police. I would be in support of removing Section 5 in its entirety, as our city attorney has suggested for us to work that language and see how best we could get through emphasizing constitutional rights, but also the language about our police officers serving as mandated reporters. I really do think it bears further discussion, further exploration. I'll be honest, I'm not sure personally that is something we can do. I would hope that we can do that, but I would want to request that we look into that more. The last thing I'll say, I'm very anxiously, what's the word for this? I'm very impatiently waiting for the flock cameras item to come back. Because I understand that we are setting it aside from this resolution because it's a contract, but you can't really talk about data privacy without talking about the one company that is creating so much of this turmoil. And while internally as a city and maybe our own police department hasn't experienced those leaks, there is no guarantee that the company itself is not using the hardware that's out there to implement their own software. I have no idea of how they're operating. And so personally, if it were up to me, I would have canceled this contract months ago. I understand that there is a process that we can follow, and I think it's fine to go down that road, but I can't help but really sit with what Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon mentioned about we have these flock cameras that are being used by our police department to solve crimes, but largely is being used to target activists and target the folks that are out there protecting our communities, patrolling without getting paid. They're just doing it because they care about their community. And so I do think it's important that while we don't want to politicize a contract, we also need to be very aware that this is a company that has proven that can't be trustworthy based on the other experiences from other cities. And we don't necessarily have an obligation to.
Okay, we
try to
are bringing
save
it
it,
back,
sorry.
Ms. Santa Maria, so.
Okay.
Mr. Doimus has always kind of admonished us for getting off the track, so I don't want to get too far.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. That was all I was going to say about that. But yeah, just the few amendments I mentioned, and then removing Section 5 to work out that language. Ms. McAdoo, for anything that has to do with either our officers being mandated reporters or anything along those lines, would that be something that would have to be taken back to the bargaining groups, to the police union? Would that be like a change in?
I mean, I think we'd have to explore that. That's part of why we can't answer the question today,
Totally.
because I've never, I mean, they are mandatory reporters for a lot of different things. I don't know that they're mandatory reporters for ICE agent behavior, and so I think that's something we'd have to just explore further.
Mr. Doimus.
Yeah, I mean, there could be, obviously mandating anything on employees would be subject to meet and confer and bargaining. And I think the idea is, at least for item 5, recognizing the city charter, which Ms. McAdoo did a really good job explaining the history, the reason why we have that there. We would look at, and the police department's always looking at like best practices and training and that'd be the safer way to go. Because also when you're talking about trying to make anything mandated reporting, you also, on the flip side, create this legal liability too. So there's a, there's sometimes with that, like what are the consequences? What are the repercussions on that? So ideally what is best, at least from a balance perspective of, the police department doing what they're required to do and what their policies are and kind of addressing this issue, is doing the training, establishing that, because a couple things. Don't forget, police departments have, officers have, qualified immunity, too. So how does that intersect? So there's so many other issues when you start going down that rabbit hole. There are other things doing that. And so at least what I advise the council is, have the police department continue doing best practices, best trainings, et cetera, on that, at least from a legal standpoint, I would advise.
And I believe the chief would like me back to make a comment.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Santa Maria, what I will say to that is, you don't have to mandate us to do what's right.
You would think, right, yeah.
So let me just put that out there. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate the community. But I took an oath that I've been doing this over 30 years. And I am not going to ignore my duty and the oath that I took to uphold. We've already made it policy and training that if we have an incident, officers document, a supervisor has to be there. It absolutely makes it to my desk, and we review it to make sure that we take whatever is necessary action. You entrust the community and everyone's public safety to me. Ultimately, the buck stops here. No disrespect to Ms. McAdoo, but I'm the chief of police, and I don't take that lightly. And if we have an incident, and based on the facts, not perception, but the facts that we get, it's necessary for that to go to, whether that goes to the district attorney's office or whether that goes to the AG's office, we're going to take the necessary actions. That is my duty and my responsibility to ensure that that happens. So as much as I appreciate the resolution and all the things, I also have a duty to make sure, based on the law, based on what I have a duty to make sure we uphold, that that's what we do. Now, that may not always align with perception and the actual facts once we get into it, and that's where the communication and the trust, and that's where things typically fall apart. But quite frankly, we don't need a resolution. I certainly don't need a resolution to make sure that we are doing the right things. And, I understand that trust is built. I understand that anything can happen to, blow that trust up very quickly. And that's why this is a constant process and work through. That's why we're constantly meeting with community members to address the issues. But I just want you to hear that I don't need a resolution or city council to tell us to do the right thing. We're always going to strive to do that right thing.
Thank you, Chief. The last comment I'll make actually ties in perfectly with that, which is that as you'll notice, the room is kind of empty, and that's because and I've been getting a lot of messages about this. A lot of the folks that are on the front lines right now are at the county meeting, as they're also discussing keeping ICE and federal immigration enforcement activities out of county sites. And so it's important that as we move forward, as whether we approve this resolution or not, I mean, it's clearly not going to be the end-all be-all, and the touch points with the community, if anything, need to increase. Because not only were we missing a lot of people who weren't able to comment on the resolution today, but ever since, the further escalation of ICE violence against our community, we've never really had a public space to talk about this. And I can't tell you how many times I keep getting asked about, well, when are we getting together to do some sort of town hall or a public forum like we did last year? And we opted to do something smaller to try to do a working group and get things done. But it's the work that has came out of that group has been done truly in good faith, I can tell. And also the broader community needs to be brought in. And so if I would be in support of and I would make the motion to approve this resolution, except for section 5, which we would take back to our community stakeholders and really open this process up a little more publicly, because it's not going to be the last incident. It's not going to be the last time that ICE is in our city. It was here this morning, the day before, and the day before that. And so I'd really just want to request that we open up that process. The same way that we're talking about meeting people where they're at is also just making it more accessible for people to come to us or us go to them. So, thank you, Mayor Rouse.
All right. Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. All my questions were basically answered, especially in regards to what happens during an incident when it goes from enforcement to excessive force. How would that handled? So I had some more follow-up, but I can follow up with you offline, Chief, in the interest of time, since most of my questions were answered. So just to get it out of the way, regarding the flock issue, fully support the plan by the city administrator to bring back that item as timely as possible in the timelines, so we can address the surveillance issues, and also fully understand. The chief raised it today. He raised it the last meeting. There are significant public safety issues. Helped solve a stabbing. You mentioned it, even murder investigations, those types of things. So we want to make sure that whatever we take off the table as tools in this, that we have other tools available, so that we are protecting the public again from murders, attempted murders, so they're not out on the street if we have a chance to get them. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that, and that's what the extra time is for. So to the issue today, first, thank you to our staff and to the public that have come together to try to work through these issues, so that we can build trust for the community and going forward in a way that is productive and constructive in a very tough time. This past Sunday at Mass, Father Dan gave a really great homily talking about many of these issues that we're talking about today, about humanity, about global down to local. And what he said was very powerful, and just one aspect of it was that during very dark times, it is very easy for those times to break a person or a community. But if you allow those times to break you open, to see the value of humanity and standing up at those dark times and coming together, you flip it on it, you flip the narrative, and you take these extremely tough, challenging times that none of us want to go through, and you build a resilience for the future, and you show the way for the next generation how you deal with them. And that's what we're trying to do today. I want to say that, to start off, that all members of the community deserve to feel and be safe and have trust that those who are here to help them, whether it's the city council, the city, the police, are there to do the job. And I think a lot of what you said today, Chief, demonstrates that. And it's important to have that trust in the community, because this is for the foreseeable future that we're going to be dealing with these issues. And so the more trust and that we can build with each other, that's how we're going to get through this. At the same time, I also, I'm going to challenge myself and my colleagues up here in terms of how we're addressing our officers in the department. And I take responsibility because I haven't been vocal about it myself. We've been talking about it with the community. And there's comments that have taken place in previous meetings that, whether intentional or not, have been taken by our officers to not be supportive of them. And we're talking about trust, not just within the community, but within the department, especially here on the dais. Because our officers, they choose to be here and work for this department. Many of them grew up here, spent their lives here, came back. Our chief and her team recruited them to be here. Some of them commute from other communities where it would be easier for them to transfer over, but they still come here for a reason. And just last week, we learned when we had the Police and Fire Commission update, our chief went through all that we do to train our officers. He talked about it tonight, because it's not just this issue, it's 24/7, 365. Anybody who calls our police gets the same level of service in terms of compassion, empathy, our co-response team. And that doesn't just happen by accident. And we need to do a better job, the 7 of us, of recognizing that. Because we need to build trust again in the community, but we need to build trust within our police department. And so I will do my best to do a better job at that, because at the end of the day, we need to have both uplifted together, because they are working together. And our officers have an extremely difficult, and it's not even difficult, it's unprecedented what they have to go through and make these split-second decisions that are highly public and what we're asking them to do. And they need to know that at least we recognize it. We might not agree with all the actions or what they do, but we need to educate the public on why they do that. And so going forward, I hope that, and I will take my responsibility in it to make sure that we are working in tandem to bring everybody together. And that's what this resolution is going to do. When we take out Section 5, because I think it's problematic, I think it's the right thing to do, but also it allows us to continue to have those conversations and move forward. So not easy times up here. Weighs on all of us, in our hearts, in what we think about. And all we can do is, with the best information we have now, is uplift each other, whether it's the community who is being targeted or whether it's our police who are out there trying to protect us. So I just want to make sure it's not either or anymore. It's both. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, this has been a really, I think, a really important conversation that we're having. And actually, I have to say, I'm so grateful for the way that the conversation has evolved. There's been a lot of things that I will be thinking about for a long time to come after this meeting, whether we're talking about, I think your phrase, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, was codifying weakness, and that was so beautifully and eloquently put. And to our chief, talking about how we don't need resolutions to remind ourselves to do what's right. I mean, so many of these principles, I think, maybe are expressed in different ways, but speaking to this same core value. So I've been really grateful to listen to it, actually, and got a lot from the way that my colleagues have spoken and our staff, and the way that the back and forth has evolved. So that's been, I think, really helpful. And I have to admit, I wasn't surprised at all when I saw that the resolution didn't have, quote, teeth, because I didn't ever expect that it would. I don't think that's what resolutions are for, as our city attorney so well noted, resolutions are, in many ways, just statements of values. Is that symbolic? Absolutely. Are symbols important? You bet they are. Are our words important? They absolutely are. So I don't know that, to me, the framing that this doesn't matter and we shouldn't have done it necessarily is the right one, because I do think statements of values have a really important place in our civil discourse. Just this conversation alone has led me to think about things. I know tonight when I'm at home and the meeting is over, I will be thinking about some of the things that came out in the conversation, and that is the function, to me, of the resolution. And the other function that I think has been so successful in its development here is the building of relationships between our civil society group and our staff. And it's one thing that everyone has spoken to a bit, our public commenters spoke to, but I really want to highlight, if anything comes out of this resolution of value that we should celebrate, it's that. It's the beginning of that trust relationship between the folks who are on the ground experiencing the trauma and the terror that's happening in our community and our staff. And that relationship and those relationships are imperative. As Ms. McAdoo has already said, we need to know what's happening in the community, and that this process was the beginning, or maybe the solidifying in some cases of those relationships. That's a really good thing, and that's a benefit to this resolution that will see fruit, I believe, in the years to come. I also want to say, and I guess I'll start by saying, of course I'll support moving this forward, and I think removing Section 5 and continuing to work on it makes good sense. It's not a question for me, but I don't agree fully with the framing that when we pass this resolution, it's then on our administrative team to go do the work. I actually think the work of community safety really maybe can't be done via resolution, but is done week after week after week in all the decisions that I make in all the different areas that I make decisions. So when I vote yes on this resolution, I am also voting to keep this framing in front of mind when I make votes on housing, which is community safety, when I take votes on economic development and job opportunities, which is community safety, when I take votes on tenant protections, which is community safety, when I take votes on environmental protections and community resilience, which is quite literally community safety, this resolution is about reminding me and the entire community in many ways that this is the lens through which we need to be approaching all of these different decisions. It's clear that as the city council, we don't have a lot of levers that we can pull vis-a-vis the federal government, even vis-a-vis state rules and regulations. But we do have a lot of ways to influence community safety. And I think that's what I'm hearing from all of us here, is a commitment to prioritize community safety in all the ways that it can look, in all the ways that I have capacity to influence that. And so that, I guess, is my commitment, that I will be voting yes for this resolution, but that I don't intend to just hand off the conversation, but to see through my commitment to safety for all the residents in the city of Santa Barbara in every vote that I take week after week after week. And because I know Mr. Doimus wants to hear about flock one more time, I will just say, I really think that we are missing the forest for the trees when we are so focused on the flock contract. I could care less, frankly, about the vendor that we are utilizing to infringe on our residents' privacy. I continue to believe and wish that my colleagues would lean in with me to kind of ignore flock. That will be a result of the changes we make when we look into our ALPR data privacy policy again. The issue is not the vendor, the issue is privacy and protection. And so I just want to admonish us to remember that flock is a really bad word right now, but I'm far more concerned about the utter absence of privacy protections, not just here in the city of Santa Barbara, but frankly, everywhere in our lives, whether it's flock that's doing it or my iPhone that's definitely listening to me right now. We have got bigger fish to fry. Let's look at that policy, full stop. So when it comes back, flock may be on the chopping block, but I'm more interested in the policy broadly. And so to me, that is essential to community safety to bring it back. And I hope that when that item returns, we won't miss the forest for the trees and that we'll think about what privacy means in the city of Santa Barbara. Full stop, and then we can go piece by piece from there. So with that, I'm happy to take the suggestions of my colleagues, and I'll be voting yes.
Mr. Gutierrez has another comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to thank Councilmember Harmon because she and I have been talking about this issue for a long time now, and thank Councilmember Friedman. So I, based off of the sentiment off of the residents that I've spoken to, they're not so much against having surveillance cameras, but they are worried about who is behind the camera. So I, as Councilmember Friedman said, if we're going to take it away, I'd like it to be replaced by us. Let's do it in-house, so that way we're held accountable. So I know that's I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Do you want a second? Does anybody want a second?
I think I'd like to comment first, please, before the motion goes out. First of all, I agree with the sentiment of Ms. Santa Maria of eliminating Section 5. That's fine. I'd also like to eliminate both Sections 2 and 8 because they refer to the signage, which I think is confusing and could cause us problems down the road. I think it's just a bad idea. For the whole thing in general, unfortunately, these things come into binary thinking. You're either with us or against us, which isn't really the way this should be framed. I've certainly wrote some letters that talked about what our responsibilities are as law enforcement, what our limits are, and I thought, okay, he's for ICE. And then I turned around on TV and I said, the ICE guys are a bunch of wannabe mall cops that are untrained. Oh, here's the other way. So I've gotten it from both sides. Thank you very much. But the big thing is, we talked about courage and we talked about trust. Trust is a huge thing. Courage is a huge thing. And Mr. Page talked about courage of counsel and whatnot, but courage can also be something different. It can be, there's a lot of very strong public sentiment. And sometimes you have to face that as well while you look at your legal experts, your law enforcement experts, and your administrative experts. And sometimes the courage is what it takes to stand up for who you're with. You've looked into it. You've wanted to respond to the public. You wanted to be part of the conversation. But I have to say, what Mr. Freeman brought up about some of the comments all around have been discouraging in terms of the way we talk about our officers and the way we're trying to single out our officers as being responsible for these things that went on here. And I'm saying that courage may be just having the backs of those people who have your backs every day. The chief said it straight up. She took an oath to do her job. We hire the city administrator and the city attorney. So we're supposed to listen to his advice. She directs policy. She hires and fires the police chief. The police chief commands her staff. And I believe every word of what she said about her sworn duty. And I believe it from the people who are sitting in the back row, because I talk to them a lot about this too. And they don't joke around when they talk about that. They really do see their day-to-day duty very clearly. And this, whatever we're going to do with this piece of paper, is not going to direct how you do law enforcement. It can't. It can't by charter. It is potentially going to direct how people see us as the trustees of the city and the trustees of our police department. So we better exude the trust that people look at us, because we want to talk about trust. We have to have exude the trust in our own departments and our own decision-making and our own personnel, so that people can look to us and say, yeah, these people are doing exactly what they've been told to do. They're going above, and in fact, they go above and beyond. And as we said last week, we wrote the book on community policing. We really did. People look to us from all over the state, and I know this because I have mayor's consortiums all over the state. We do it right, and I think that we need to, once again, we can make the resolution, and I think there's a lot of great community sentiment here. But by gosh, let's not do it at the cost of the trust and confidence of the people we have in uniform. That's the most important thing for me. And with that, like I said, I would support, if you wanted to make a motion, Ms. Santa Maria, I would like to include the elimination of 2 and 8 with the signage as well, just because I feel that's a confusing thing. So,
I'll make the motion, Mr. Rouse. Thank you. If I can just comment very briefly as a preface to this. The resolution, the entire purpose of it is because we are seeing some of our most marginalized communities being oppressed and being under fire. And I want to remind all of us here on the dais that us holding our own police department accountable is not throwing them under the bus. No one here is saying the police department is responsible for how ICE behaves. That is not what anyone is saying here. But at the same time, in order for the community to trust our leadership, we need to hold each other accountable. And I haven't actually heard, I don't know what these comments about disparaging comments about the police are. I haven't heard any. We are not disparaging our police officers. If anything, we're saying we understand you're not the ones sharing the data. We have concerns about the third-party vendors. That being said, this resolution is meant to try to at least help establish a seed of trust that the community has lost in us. And it's important that we don't lose sight that that's what this is for. This is not a police morality resolution. This is a setting the expectation for everyone on how our police department will behave, and it's nothing new. It's just a reaffirmation of that. So I would not be in support of removing sections 2 and 8, but I will be in support of removing section 5 for additional work on that. So I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution absent of section 5.
okay, there's a first and a second on that. I'll make a substitute motion. I'll move that we do, well, let's go ahead and vote on that first.
Sorry, Your Honor, we have a motion on
Yeah.
the floor right now, so there's one.
All right, go right, yeah,
So we
okay,
need to
go.
vote on it. We can do, but, well, is there a vote on the current motion on the floor?
Is a first and a second.
Okay, first, second, got it, sorry, I got confused, sorry.
All right.
Monday. My apologies.
All right, go ahead. I won't be supporting because I don't think we should be doing the signage that is as laid out in sections 2 and 8. I think it's confusing. I think it could cause a lot of problems for us down the road and for people who think they're safe being behind one of those signs.
And I'm sorry, this is a motion for Councilmember Santa Maria's
Santa Maria, second by
motion.
Sneddon.
Sorry, vote on motion by Councilmember Santa Maria, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, to adopt the resolution absent section 5. Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
Resolution passes 6-1, Rouse descending. Okay. Thank you for that. Thanks to the public. And we have one more item.
And that item is item 16, update of state and federal legislative platform.
Mayor and Council, it's my pleasure to spend another Tuesday evening with you. I am speaking to the last agenda item for today. We are sharing a proposed update to our legislative platform. So Carly Shelby with Townsend Public Affairs is actually online and will be available for questions after we just walk through some components about the consolidated and updated platform. So the recommendation before you today is to adopt the platform that guides the city's support or opposition to regional, state, and federal legislative issues, and authorize the mayor, council members, and staff on behalf of the city to contact regional, state, and federal representatives to advocate for legislation and actions consistent with the goals of the platform. Our legislative platform provides the foundation for all of our advocacy efforts on the state and federal level. It was last updated in July 2025 with the direction from council on adding advocacy positions specifically regarding the impacts of federal immigration enforcement in our local communities. At the time, it was not a full comprehensive update to our platform. We officially held off on doing this until the citywide strategic plan was adopted, which occurred in December. So as you see, the plan has been consolidated from its previous 46-page version. We are working to simplify and prioritize our positions for ease of understanding and engagement with our elected officials. So each section is now specifically aligned with the 4 goals of our strategic plan. The first goal being to stimulate the economic and community vitality of the city of Santa Barbara. We have components in the platform that speak to downtown and neighborhood revitalization, waterfront revitalization, and airport improvements. Sections also include business climate and permitting efficiency, local revenue authority and fiscal tools, tourism, arts and cultural economy, and innovation and workforce development. The second goal is enhance community resiliency and safety. These components include emergency preparedness and disaster response, climate adaptation and environmental protection, water resources, public safety services and infrastructure, as well as insurance and risk management. The third goal, strengthen housing and community services. We have housing affordability, supply, and tenant protections, local land use authority, infrastructure and safety, homelessness and supportive services, as well as community services and equity. The last goal, which is ensuring a thriving city organization, includes components around fiscal stability and mandating reimbursement, local authority and governance, workforce and organizational capacity, technology, cybersecurity, and service delivery. So we presented the updated legislative platform to the Council Committee on Legislation on March 3rd. They reviewed the updated platform and provided feedback. That feedback has since been incorporated in the draft that you see today. The committee also provided guidance to staff on process changes, which includes review of advocacy letters prior to submission. So we share those with the committee before they are submitted to our elected officials and the sponsors of legislation that we're advocating for or against. Regular communication with mayor and council on our advocacy efforts, as well as more refined focus on legislative priorities each year. This also includes the posting of advocacy letters to our Council Committee on Legislation website. So reiterating the staff recommendation for this evening, which is the adoption of the platform, and then continuing to support and authorize our advocacy efforts moving forward. I do want to mention that Carly has just testified before the House Committee regarding advocating for inclusion of the Local Housing Trust Fund grant program in the housing bond. So this was one of the top priority issues that has emerged in this legislative session. We continue to be at the forefront on advocating for that inclusion because, as you know, that program remains unfunded as it currently exists. And we absolutely want to be able to continue to leverage those resources and need to leverage those resources moving forward. So she's happy to answer questions about that today as well.
Questions for Ms. Anderson? If not, we can move. Are there any public speakers online for this, Madam Clerk? I don't have anybody here, so.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, there are comments from council. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. It's the end of the night. First, hi, Carly. Thank you for being here through this, and Ms. Anderson for all your work. Excellent work to reduce the size of the previous ledge platform and bring clarity. And then it's also what you just mentioned now about advocating for including dollars in the local housing trust fund for the match. That shows the value of the partnership we have with Townsend and the ability to have access in Sacramento and have a voice. The city of Santa Barbara, we punch above our weight statewide on a lot of issues, so having somebody who's knowledgeable, who's there for us constantly, talking to the right legislators. We have our legislative team, different staff members going up there when needed, to access not only Senate President Pro Tem Lamone, Assemblymember Hart, but also direct authors of bills and even department heads of some of the major agencies going up there to advocate for policies ranging from coastal protection, wildfire protections, all the way up to housing, e-bike legislation. So this will allow us to do all those things in a much more timely and efficient manner. So I'm supportive of this and happy when the time comes to make the staff recommendation motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, and I'll second that motion when it comes, and echo those same comments. I think that this streamlined legislative platform makes it so that we can act so much more quickly, and it also makes it so clear because it's all these different things that are nested within just really declarations of our values. So I really appreciate the work that went into this, and I think it is moving forward going to make things much more clear and us more able to take action. So thank you for that.
Any further comments? Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. Did you get those, Madam Clerk?
And just to confirm, Councilmember Friedman, was that a motion for the staff recommendation?
Yes.
Very good. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon for the staff recommendation. Go ahead and vote, please. Yeah, we're out here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Passed unanimously. Committee assignment reports. Anyone? Mr. Friedman.
Just have one thing I wanted to recognize. On Sunday, the Public Library Foundation had its Library Advocate of the Year, and that was Jace Turner, who has been a more 30-year plus employee at the library. And the number of people that came just to support him and all he's done, it was probably over 100 people easily came. And he is just an incredible person, and loves the library and all the value that it brings. And he brought tears to a lot of people's eyes with his speech, and his daughter flew out from New York to be there for it, and couldn't think of anybody more deserving of the recognition. And also he said that he doesn't want the recognition, but he's happy to be there with everybody to celebrate it in true Jay style. So just really want to express appreciation, and it shows just how fortunate we are with the staff that we have throughout the city. But Jace Turner, congratulations. And it is Library Week this week, so there's going to be a lot of events celebrating National Library Week. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. That's such a nice acknowledgement of Jace. Yeah. I just want to wish my husband a happy birthday.
Very good. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.